Good morning, good morning, good morning, Grand Rising. Thanks for being here. Thanks for people who are catching the replay. Interesting things are going on in the news this morning. Please hit the like button if you'd like. Come to find out, that Project Freedom, where 4547 tried to change the objective of the war to make it seem like they were not at war, so therefore they made up another operation for this same old war that we're in and losing badly at because we have incompetent people in over our government. The Project Freedom that Hegseth announced, and then Marco Rubio came out and let well, no, this is a Project Freedom is different from the Epstein attack that we came into Iran with, trying to pretend like they don't need congressional authorization by changing the names. And we're in a different phase, but we're in the same war. You can say it's a different phase all you want to, but the law says that you have to have congressional approval. So they're trying to get out of that. Marco Rubio comes out in the afternoon, and then on that night, 4547 comes out and said, grand opening, grand close. Operation Freedom is over in less than 15 hours. What happened? Well, from the time that Hegseth was up there lying and making his announcement, we watched it here live, and I told you every lie he was telling. Marco Rubio came out and lied. We watched it here together. I told you every lie he was telling. I mean, none of this stuff. Listen, I've never even been in the military. Of course, I am not privy to a high privacy information about anything that goes on in any country. But at some point, people have to accept the fact that our administration does not care about lying to the people of the United States because it's expedient. Because let's keep it a buck. The United States has been dummied down so much that they can't have the interest. They don't even know the questions to ask. Most of the people in the United States don't even know what's going on, don't care to know, are unconcerned about things that are shaping the world right now. So there's that. I guess they feel that they can afford that, but we'll see how that works out for them. Now, what really happened that made Donald Trump suddenly close down Operation Freedom was the crown prince of Saudi Arabia. The same crown prince that he was cozying up to. The same crown prince. His first trip out of the United States was to the Arab nations, where he stood up in all this pomp and circumstance and all of these backdoor deals and golf courses and jet and 747 jets and all of this that was rained upon him, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, and anybody else who could go over there and try to curry favor and get money and deals. Okay. So the crown prince was not pleased. He was The Crown Prince was not pleased with the United States saying that they were going to bring ships through the Hermes Strait. Now, so Donald Trump did a quick about face. Now, the thing about this is, it seems like Donald Trump told us that they were going to cease the Project Freedom because they were hoping that they could continue these great negotiations. And it seems like they're making way in these negotiations, and they're going to try to finalize these negotiations, when in fact there are no face-to-face negotiations with Iran. That's why he told you he was cutting off the Project Freedom in less than 24 hours. But the real thing is, MBS was quite mad. He said, if you start to try to tell ships, they pretend as if they're escorting ships. They pretend like they were going to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz. But what they were going to do is say, oh, well, we'll tell you the way, and you go on and go through. They weren't even going to escort the ships through. Now, your president and your administration lied to you and said that they got 2 ships through. They did no such thing. Those ships got through because they used the path that Iran granted them to use. So at what point are we going to call a thing in this administration? Now it has been reported that 45-47 was trying to get Iran back to the negotiation tables, even though he told you that negotiations were working well. He was trying to get them back to the negotiation table, and Iran gave them a 14-point proposition. So Donald Trump wanted to, counter that proposal. So in his countering the proposal, the Iranian says, no, you heard what we said. This is our position, and we can negotiate on these 14 points. And you know what was not in those 14 points? Iran being able to continue to enrich uranium. That was not in those 14 points. So it seems like 45-47, who tore up the Iran nuclear deal, just took it and ripped it apart because Benjamin Netanyahu told him that Iran was still trying to proliferate a nuclear weapon. And they were enriching their uranium. And of course, Barack Obama's nuclear deal wasn't worth the paper it was written on. So your president in his first term tore up the deal and had nothing to replace it. Now it seems like that while they were negotiating in February, the Iranians were willing to give up more than they had in the first deal with Obama that they signed. He's meeting with Witkoff and Jared Kushner in February. They leave on a Thursday with the workings of a deal. They said that we'll meet again on Monday, and we'll meet with the UN, and we'll cross all our T's and dot our I's on this agreement. So they leave the negotiations that were successful. And then they get struck by Israel and the United States on that Saturday. That's Saturday is before the Monday when they were supposed to plug up the agreement. So this is what your government is doing. Now it seems like they gave negotiating points where no, they're going to continue to enrich their uranium. You know that when all else failed, when all of the 15 reasons that you were given that we went to Iran, they always fell back on Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. We just can't have it's a no go. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. You know what's going on now? It appears that the negotiations that he's trying to tuck tail and get the fuck out of Iran includes Iran being able to continue to proliferate, not proliferate weapons, to enrich their uranium. Now, I don't know what deal any type of inspectors are going to be, but we know under the JCPOA that Barack Obama signed with them, they were able to enrich uranium to run the energy of their country, and they had to have inspectors come in to make sure that they weren't, trying to enrich the uranium to create a nuclear weapon. And everything was working out fine until Benjamin Netanyahu whispered in his ear, and he did whatever Benjamin Netanyahu told him to do. Now in February, last June, they flew all the way over there and attacked that country. Because what Netanyahu told him that they were still proliferating nuclear weapons. But what does that really tell you? That tells you that this president works on no proof, no anything. He has given you no proof about all the people that he had killed in the Caribbean, talking about their narco drug traffickers. You don't need any proof for this president to squander billions of your tax dollars on things that does not help you and help you live a better life here in America. But this is the America First president. People talk about he doesn't start wars. He's America First. That's why I'm voting for him. And he has made your life far more expensive than it ever has been. He has a country that is not even creating jobs. This is a country that is throwing people off health care, but going over to other countries. And also, not only do he want you to die, he want to kill up a whole lot of people in the other countries that ain't got nothing to do with you and how you live your life. Instead of taking that money, he's taking over there to another country to slaughter people, to bomb grade elementary school students. He could be figuring out a way to make sure that we have universal health care. But they don't care. They don't care about your health. They hope you die. This country. Now, I remember when Obama was creating his Affordable Care Act, one of the things that the Republicans used to come out here and tell you that they're going to have death panels and they're going to decide if you live or die. That was their big slogan. Death panels. Obamacare is going to bring forth death panels. But everybody is mute as this administration is throwing tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people off of their health care. Tens of millions of people are no longer going to be able to have health care. But there's nothing. Absolute silence. Trying to, he didn't cut Medicaid. Yes, he definitely cut Medicaid. You don't see the cuts in Medicaid because they are scheduled to kick in after the midterm election. Because he knew if they had kicked in before the midterm election that people were bought. But people here, this administration, everybody in this administration tell you that he has not cut Medicare, when he's most definitely cut the money in Medicaid. So let's be clear. It doesn't seem like there's going to be anything in this new deal that they're working on, because this war is such a disaster that they're trying to have a reason to say that they won something in this war. The last thing that Marco Rubio said, well, we just got to get the Strait of Hormuz open and we're going to be out of here. We're going to have completed our mission. How could that have been your mission for going over to Iran? When you went over to Iran, the Strait of Hormuz were wide open. That could not have ever been your mission for going over there. plundering billions and billions of dollars. So seems like 45, 47 would do better taping together that JCPOA Iran nuclear deal that he tore apart because a black man created it. Let's be real clear what is going on here in this racist administration. Everything that is benefit, everything that is productive for black people, every creation. You heard your president say that they created everything in the United States. And they created barely nothing. And the things that they do have patents on, they stole from black people. You have a very insecure administration here, full of white nationalists. And this is why the United States is in the position that it is right now. Let me see what you guys are saying. Grand Rising. Let's be real clear. Hey, Nappy Child, it is good to see you. Let's be real clear. If you have something to say, you don't have to agree with me. Do not come in my chat being disrespectful, and do not come in my chat cursing. That's all I ask. Nappy Child, it is good to see you. Blue Oxygen, welcome. Blue. Okay, let's get into this. Be specific. Be specific. And what are you contributing? Let's really be specific. Okay, let's continue. Who is this? Shadow Pop. I don't think he's really concerned about the midterm election. Either way, I don't think that he is expecting to win the midterm elections. I think the thing about the midterm elections is they are figuring out if their plan to steal the midterm elections will go off. I think he is very well aware that he will not be, and the Republicans will not be successful in the midterm election. So that's my opinion. Nice to see you, Shadow Pop. Hey, Red Wing Hockey. It's good to see you. Hit the like button as you come in. Let me see. Who else is here? Okay. You say he can't win in Iran without troops. Okay. I don't. You can't win in Iran without competency. You can't win in Iran going from one thing to the next thing with a person who is a draft dodger giving you orders of what he wants one day and then changing them the next day based upon what a leader of another foreign country is saying that they're not pleased with. You can't win a war that way. I know that. So let's get into the specifics about Saudi Arabia. Now, if you don't know, Saudi Arabia was so furious that President Trump, your President Trump, the President Trump, 45-47, he was so pissed that 45-47 was going to do this project of freedom or Operation Freedom or whatever, that he told Trump, you can no longer use our air bases. You can no longer use our airspace. We don't want nothing to do with you. So it was reported that they were on the phone, and he was, hey, motherfucker, I paid for you. Do you not know I paid for you? This is why I paid for you. This is why I gave you all of these deals. That means absolutely nothing to me, but obviously mean the world to you. So you turned around and showed off and all of this, bragging about all of these deals, lying about how many $1 billion I am investing in America when we know so how many 800 600 trillion dollars you lied and said that I was investing in America, and then you sat there and said I could probably get you up to $1 trillion in investment. And I just sat there with a weak smile on my face, like, yeah, motherfucker, whatever, say whatever. Tell these dumb Americans anything you want to, when we know our GDP don't even we couldn't even afford to give you $1 trillion. But you told your stupid Americans that all of these lies about how much I'm investing just because I gave you a individual deal to build golf courses, because we put money into that live golf course. You know, the shit that he cares so much about. That was the first thing when you saw the Saudis taking money out of live golf. Live golf didn't last a week. Has he talked about that? He had a PGA tournament. It was empty. It was empty. There was no one standing around the greens. There were no one sitting in the seats. Abject failure. So now we're here. Now, not only did I think Bahrain told them the same thing. You can't use our airface. We're gonna airspace or our bases. Nobody can use those bases in the Middle East. Let's keep it above, because they lied about the extent of the damage. Those military bases in the Middle East are kaput. Nobody can use them. But the point of them saying you cannot use our bases means that you're not going to even be able to rebuild the bases here. I think that America thought that the Middle Eastern countries were going to rebuild bases for them. I think that they thought that they still had the old deal. They're like, no, these bases are not being built at all. These Middle East countries are looking to China now. Okay, I have talked to you many times about the decline of America. Let me see. Thank you. I agree as well. Now, let's get into the real story about what the meetings with Saudi Arabia. I'm going to read an article. I think it is in Mediaite. I think that's where it is. Let me pull up the article and let's read together. Let's see the real scrub that is going down, that is being reported, shall I say. Here we go. A Mediaite. Trump reportedly backed off Hormuz plan after angry response from allies. You didn't know that? Okay, well, let's get into it. President 4547 paused his operation to guide ships through the strait, not escort, to guide them. You can guide somebody with a blindfold on from to walk around the block. Keep walking, couple more steps. All right, stop, turn left, keep walking. That's guiding. But they're telling you that if the strait is wide open and we're no, you're guiding technically, but you're gonna use the word we're escorting. President Donald Trump paused his operation to guide ships through the Strait of Hormuz after backlash from Saudi Arabia and other Gulf allies, according to whom U.S. officials. The president announced the pause on Tuesday evening on live social, claiming it would last for a short period of time while the U.S. pursued complete and final agreement with Iran. but Iran is not negotiating with them directly. The move came just a day after Project Freedom began on Monday, following Trump's Sunday announcement that the U.S. Navy would help guide, in quotation mark, guide ships of neutral and innocent bystanders safely through the Strait of Hormuz, based upon a request that Pakistan and other countries the tremendous military success that we had. This is his post on Live Social. Based on the request of Pakistan and other countries, the tremendous military success that we have had during the campaign against the country of Iran, and additionally, the fact that great progress has been made toward a complete and final agreement with representatives of Iran. Who are these representatives? Wouldn't you say, if you're in negotiations, wouldn't you say who this are they representatives? Who the fuck are you talking to? Are you talking to the prime minister? Oh, who are you talking to? We know that you have the three stooges. Now you took one stooge out and you put another stooge in to negotiate with Iran. A whole Israel hardliner, and Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, another one, two that are groveling for billions in investment in their companies, and another one who wants the strict Israeli agenda presented and agreed to. Oh, y'all didn't know they took J.D. Vance out of their alleged negotiation team? Okay. It's still the Three Stooges negotiating on the behalf of the United States, though. Okay, representatives of Iran, we have mutually agreed that while the blockade will remain in full force and effect, Project Freedom, the movement of ships through the Strait of Hormuz will be paused for a short period of time to see whether or not the agreement can be finalized and signed, the president wrote. But two U.S. officials told NBC News that the president's reversal was actually triggered by Saudi Arabia after the country's leadership was angered by Trump's surprise Sunday announcement of the initiative. The country retaliated by telling the U.S. it would no longer allow U.S. military aircraft to use the Prince Sultan's airbase by flying through Saudi Arabia's airspace while conducting Project Freedom. And thus, Project Freedom went night-night. Trump and Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman spoke via phone, but were unable to resolve the dispute. The president then paused his new military action. It seems like they were able to solve their dispute. It seems like they were. It seems like, once again, our world leader kowtows to world leaders of other countries while they are sitting up here blustering and giving lip service to, oh, we're the baddest country. We have the most fierce military. Now, this is nothing about against the military, because we need a strong military. But how strong can the military be when you have Bozo the Clown and his circus running them? I'm just saying. So our world leader is kowtowing left, right, front, and center for from Putin to Mohammed bin Salman to Netanyahu, is kowtowing and bowing down to whatever whim they want that will effectively help their own countries. But what is your president, this a great world leader, doing for his own country? He's depleting all of the money from his own country, while he stick quite a few dollars in the pockets of himself, his friends, and his families, and his administration. What is he doing for the people of his own country? Nothing, because he don't care about the people of his own country. And you still have people in here acting like they don't see the obvious. Do not come in my chat being disrespectful. Do not come in my chat asking me why I'm not talking about something that I'm not talking about. If you want to converse, if you disagree with some facts. Okay, let's continue. Okay, where was I? The president then paused his new military action. Qatar was also reportedly surprised by Trump's announcement, speaking with the U.S. president only after Project Freedom began. So this is kind of like how Israel and the United States were the only people who knew about this impromptu war of choice. Kind of like after he gets his ass in a sling and can't get out, then he wants the NATO nations, other nations should come in and help. He never consulted any of these other nations. And then what happened? He found his asshole in a sling in the Strait of Hormuz. He found no lie would suffice, and there could be no lies told. What kind of war? Since the Vietnam War, we have had press embedded in the war. So it doesn't strike you strange that in this war, at the most vibrant time of technology, that there is absolutely no war footage, no on the ground reporting in the fucking strike zone. Shit, we used to sit up and watch Desert Storm. Desert Storm used to be on 24/7. I remember what was that? What was the first attack on Desert Storm? And you sat up for hours just watching these missiles be shot off. But there's nothing but propaganda coming out of this war in a technological revolution where isn't it funny how these billionaires and their AI companies and their drones can survey you and know everything about you and where you live? But you have to take information about this war that they are spending billions of dollars that they could be spending on the United States over there striking school children and all of this shit, no mission. Isn't it peculiar? In this era of technology, that you have to take the word of known liars about what's actually going on the ground. You know where you did. You know, it seems like you ought to be kind of afraid. It seems like America is trying to take a page out of the book of Israel. You know how Israel blocks any press from seeing anything? You know how Israel makes sure you don't even see what's going on in Gaza? How do they do that? They kill the press. They kill and target the press. Over 230 some, I think it's like 237 press were killed in Gaza over this Palestine genocide. So they don't want you to see what's going on. So I reported on that as it was going on. Nobody paid attention. Nobody paid attention while it was going on. But now that it's a talking point, everyone wants to pay attention. What was going on with in Gaza was going on for 2 years. And now you have all of these people who wants to hop on something that seems popular. Well, I'm glad that other people were there to report on it, to make it popular, to make people uncomfortable. And it seems like our government is taking a page out of that playbook to hide everything that they're doing and to sit up out here and lie to you and give you a bunch of propaganda. Well, if all of this is happening, why don't you show it? Where's the press? Where's the press that are embedded with these troops? They're nowhere. Because this is a bunch of bullshit, in my opinion. This is some straight up bullshit. Okay, let me continue. The president pauses a new military action. Qatar was also reportedly surprised by Trump's announcement. Oh, that's where I was. So all of these nations were surprised. They was like, "Motherfucker, you do this, Iran's gonna start striking us again." That's why they were surprised that he was doing this Operation Freedom. You start taking boats. You start trying to send boats through the Strait of Hormuz. We sitting right here. They done already fucked us up. So that's why they were surprised. That's why they didn't want them to do it. It's not like they didn't want traffic to go through the straits. No, they wanted the U.S. To do what the U.S. had promised them that they would do if they were struck. They're not satisfied. They like, y'all done fucked up our whole country. No. You need to go in there and get them. That's what we paid you for. You're not our equal. You're our fucking servants. That's what you were paid for. So go get them. And if you're not going to go get them, you can't ever use our airspace again. Let's be real clear. Okay, so let me where was I? Qatar was also reportedly surprised by Trump's announcement, speaking with the U.S. president only after Project Freedom began. A Saudi source told NBC News that Trump and bin Salman had been in touch regularly, while Saudi officials were also in contact with the president, Vice President J.D. Vance, U.S. Central Command, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and that got them absolutely nothing. Marco Rubio is the Secretary of State, and he is something. He took that guy who was on Signal chat job. He is also Secretary of State and something else. But Marco Rubio made an announcement in the afternoon that Trump totally obliterated by the night, that same night. So who? It doesn't matter how much contact you are in with a schizo president. It doesn't matter. They thought that paying this motherfucker off would save them. Well, if you want more saving, it's gonna cost you. You just got lip service. Kind of like what the American people are getting from this administration, a whole lot of lip service based on lies. And then when shit hit the fan, they ain't got nothing for you. They have nothing for you. But what more lies and lip service? Okay. The problem with the premise is that things are happening quick in real time, the Saudi source told NBC News when asked whether Trump's Sunday announcement caught Saudi leaders by surprise. The source said that Saudi Arabia was very supportive of the diplomatic efforts by Pakistan in conducting talks to end the conflict. In answer to a question about the surprise of some of Gulf leaders over the Project Freedom, a White House official said in a statement that regional allies were notified in advance. However, a Middle East diplomat claimed that the U.S. made an announcement and then coordinated with us, though they noted that the Omans were not upset or angry. Oman is the nation right across from Iran. They are on the other side of the Strait of Hormuz. Project Freedom, a brief stint, saw a total of four ships through the strait on Monday, according to S&P Global Market Intelligence. Well, I don't know who S&P Global Market Intelligence is, but there are also reports that only one ship passed through. Now, even Marco Rubio and Pete Kegbreath said that 2 ships passed through. So let's say between 1 and 4 ships pass through, when hundreds of ships a day usually pass through that strait. There's no victory in any of this. There's no bragging rights. There's no improvement. There's no show of anything working in the Strait of Hormuz. Zero, in my opinion. Okay. According to S&P Global Market Intelligence, Defense Secretary Pete Kegbreath said at a Tuesday Pentagon that 2 commercial vessels were escorted. He used the word escorted, but we know that they are not escorting anybody through. Pete Kegbreath lied, and I just already told you he lied. 2 commercial vessels were escorted successfully through the passage by the U.S. military Monday, who also saw Iran attack U.S. escorted ship and U.S. Navy vessels, in addition to launching strikes on the UAE, which continued on Tuesday. Fox News' Brett Baier said at the Wednesday call with Trump that the president was optimistic about the deal currently being negotiated between the U.S. and Iran, reinforcing similar reporting that claims the 2 parties are close to entering into more serious peace talk. I guess it would be more serious. I thought he was suspending the mission because they wanted to. Everything was going good, and they needed to put this on pen to paper. But now he's hoping to enter into more serious talk because he is not talking to anybody who can seriously make a deal in Iran. Those are more serious talk to get a sit down with representatives from Iran who can make an agreement. That tells you your president has been lying with you about these negotiations. There are no negotiations one-on-one with representatives from Iran who can actually approve and sign on to a deal. Axios Global Affairs correspondent Barack Ravid. Now, Barack Ravid, he's a mouthpiece for anything this administration said. Now, understand, today is Thursday. There has been some weird things going on in the oil markets. All of these announcements that 45, 47 have made these past 24 hours has made someone very, very rich. Has made one person very, very rich. So let's be clear that before it appears that before your president tweets out what he's doing and new agendas and new strikes and new positions, it appears that someone is betting on the stock market. Now, they bet on oil stocks, and it's been reported that this person made over $300 million right before your president made an announcement that made the price of oil drop 8%. So let's see what happens Friday. Friday, usually he does something to relay the stock market. And by Sunday afternoon, no, he usually does something on Friday to make the market drop. And then by Sunday afternoon, he does something that makes the stock relay. So kind of like the economy is doing good and NASDAQ is off the charts. You know, NASDAQ with all of these billionaires circle jerking each other with these investments and these creations and all of this money just going in the circle amongst a few to falsely, in my opinion, prop up the stock market. Now it appears that you have this going on in the highest parts of government as well. Let's continue. Barack Ravi reported on Wednesday, citing two administration officials, that the White House believes it is getting close to an agreement with Iran on the one-page memorandum of understanding to end the war and set a framework for a more detailed nuclear negotiation. So, they're getting close to a framework to end the war and set a framework for more detailed nuclear negotiations. So what they're saying is detailed a detailed framework for nuclear negotiations are not a part of this understanding to end the war. They're just going to set up a framework they're going to get to the details about the nuclear negotiations later on. They just want to get to a framework to end this shit. Make it stop. And he said that he wasn't going to leave Iran until Iran cried uncle. He is the one who is crying uncle. Okay. Your president is the one who's crying uncle. A framework that some MAGA allies have denounced as not going far enough. Curious. MAGA, y'all don't think the framework is going far enough? I'm going to put this link in my description box. You can read it at your leisure. It's under Cry Uncle. How about that? We'll just put it under Trump Cries Uncle. Here we go. How about that? Yeah, let's now, I was watching Midas Touch Network, and they have a list of all the countries that have told the U.S. Since this Operation Freedom jizz that they can no longer use their air bases. Okay, this link is all hell breaks loose as Trump banned from all allied bases. If you did not hear this story, I am going to put this link also in under the heading Trump Cries Uncle. And let's listen to all of the bases that have restricted your president from using their airspace based upon that Operation Freedom, and thus President Trump is no longer doing Operation Freedom. He has really jacked up our whole reputation. Let's get into this.
Airports. Italy has done the same. Poland has done the same. UK has largely done the same. France has blocked.
I have it too fast. Let me correct that. Here we go.
Spain has blocked the United States from using its airspace and airports. Italy has done the same. Poland has done the same. UK has largely done the same. France has blocked the United States from using its airspace and its air bases. Austria has done the same. Switzerland has done the same. And now we learn that Saudi Arabia banned Donald Trump, banned the United States from using the air base in Riyadh and any other air base in Saudi Arabia, and banned the U.S. from using the airspace above Saudi Arabia after Donald Trump announced Project Freedom on Sunday. And then 24 hours later, Donald Trump said he was withdrawing from Project Freedom because it was so utterly successful. But we learned the real reason that Donald Trump stopped this Project Freedom, which was an absolute failure, was because Saudi Arabia said they would be banning Donald Trump from using Saudi airspace and Saudi air bases. But it wasn't just Saudi Arabia. It was also Kuwait. We're learning that Kuwait said, you can't use our air bases. We're done. No more use of our airspace. And then this was a domino effect. All of the Middle East countries that Donald Trump had done these quid pro quo deals with, whether it was Qatar and Bahrain and even UAE, they all were basically saying, Donald, we're going to ban you as well. And UAE still kind of stayed in it. But guess what happened when they stayed in it? Iran attacked the Fujairah port, which is used by the UAE to try to circumvent the Hormuz control that Iran has. Also, you had a UAE tanker that was struck by Iran after Donald Trump announced Project Freedom, as well as a South Korean tanker. And in addition to all of these countries banning Donald Trump and banning the United States now from using the air bases and airspace in the countries, NATO is basically preparing for a post-U.S. life, whether they're calling it new NATO or Europe NATO, but a NATO if Donald Trump does indeed withdraw from NATO. And one of the things that NATO is also doing right now is they're no longer having meetings until the end of Donald Trump's term. They may have to do one or two. They're doing meetings with the military people and lower level people. But when it comes to like high level leaders of countries, NATO's done doing that. They're not doing it anymore because they don't want the drama with Donald Trump. They don't want him showing up. And they just said it's, just keep Donald Trump away from NATO. That's the best thing that could possibly be done. And Donald Trump and his regime, Hegseth, Rubio, others continue to attack NATO each and every day. I mean, this news that Saudi Arabia and Kuwait were blocking Donald Trump and the United States from using the air bases and the airspace, was really a bombshell news that dropped late last night. A lot of people were saying, okay, so Donald Trump announced this Project Freedom, and he said that he was going to bring the American Navy into the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, we've heard this from him before, and then help all of the tankers and cargo ships as part of a humanitarian mission leave the Strait of Hormuz. And then there was that bizarre press conference with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Kane, as well as Pete Hegseth, and they were like lying, and they were like, hundreds of ships are now currently exiting the Strait of Hormuz.
Let me comment on this. America may be in decline, but the American century has been a total success. The European Union is proving to be too stable to collapse. The Pacific Trinity is the same. Okay. The European Union. The United States is not acting in a manner that depicts that they are part of a union. They are running what do they call it? Roughshod over the union. So therefore, how long do you think they are going to be a part of this European Union? See, there has to be some harmony between people who are in a union to make a union work. 4547 doesn't know how to do that. Thus, I don't disagree with you, but you cannot continue to be in a successful union when you're acting the way this president is acting toward other countries in the European Union.
Are currently leading them through
and as you see, these are the reports. They're talking about not having any more high-level NATO meetings. They're rather meet with lower-level people in the government than to have put this buffoon Donald Trump on stage who is pushing them in the back so he can get front row in the pictures and all this dumb shit. They're tired. They don't want to deal with this. This is a dangerous world we're living in. And they understand that America and their leaders are unserious people. Because if America was serious, America would not stand for this. America would be up in arms. But America's just sitting around looking at bullshit. Watching bullshit. That's just my opinion.
Safe passage, and it's like, yeah, that's not happening. Two ships were disposed, and then there was that bizarre press conference with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Kane, as well as Pete Hegseth, and they were like lying, and they were like, hundreds of ships are now currently exiting the Strait of Hormuz. We are currently leading them through a safe passage, and it's like, yeah, that's not happening. Two ships were destroyed by Iran that even tried. When the U.S. Navy tried to get in there, Iran shot warning shots, and then the two Navy ships turned around. We have satellite images, folks. We know whether or not the U.S. Navy's successful peacefully leading hundreds of ships. No, it's like one ship left the Strait of Hormuz, and that was through the Iranian passage. It was allied with Iran, and the Strait of Hormuz is firmly under Iran's control. But then we learned, and NBC got the exclusive yesterday, hat tip to them, that MBS, the Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia, was livid when Donald Trump announced this Project Freedom, which was an escalatory measure. MBS and the head of Kuwait, and all of the royal families in the Middle East said, look, this is an escalatory measure, or at best it creates escalatory ambiguity. Iran's going to escalate, like you're going to provoke them. And it's exactly what Iran did. And these Middle East countries are reeling right now. I mean, they are really suffering. Donald Trump and the United States promised them a security umbrella. They did all of these quid pro quo deals with Donald Trump, not because they like Donald Trump, but because that's how Donald Trump projected the security umbrella of the U.S. You need to pay me personally tribute. Qatar, you got to give me a 747 jet. Saudi Arabia, you got to do hotel deals with me. UAE, Dubai, you've got to do deals with me. You got to put money into my World Liberty financial crypto thing. And so he would go around, and they thought that they were getting protection. And when push came to shove, not only did they not get protection, Donald Trump didn't warn them in late February when he and Netanyahu went alone and had this unlawful and catastrophic war criminal invasion of Iran and started blowing up elementary schools, killing little girls, and lighting the entire Middle East on fire. And these Middle East countries were like, hello, you're not going to even give us a heads up? Yet alone, we should coordinate this together. And of course, Donald Trump didn't tell NATO. He didn't tell anyone other than Netanyahu. And then the United States officially put it in their State Department position paper. They said this is a legally justified war because this is word for word, basically what it says. Iran's been at war with Israel, an ally of the United States, for 47 years. And thus the U.S., to protect Israel, doesn't need any further justification to go to war with Iran. I mean, that's literally the State Department's position. And so it finally seemed, okay, are we moving closer to resolution? Are we moving closer to potentially a deal? Then Donald Trump on Sunday fires off this Project Freedom thing and talks about bringing Navy ships and escorting ships out of the Persian Gulf and out of the Strait of Hormuz. And then people in the military had military leaders, generals, admirals had to walk it back a little bit and say, no, this isn't a new operation that we're launching. This is actually part of something we announced last week. It's defensive in nature. It's a humanitarian. We're not actually going into the Strait of Hormuz. We're just going to help insurance companies, and we're going to help ships there learn the latest updates when the Strait of Hormuz opens. But then Donald Trump and Hexit were like, nope, this is a new mission. We're going in. And no one knew what the hell was going on. Iran attacked the port of Fujairah, attacked the two ships, the South Korean ship and the UAE ship. And then things were escalating. And Saudi Arabia's like, boom, we're shutting down our airspace. Kuwait's like, boom, we're shutting down our airspace. And as I mentioned before, they joined Spain and Italy and Poland and UK and France and Austria and Switzerland.
Let me tell you, if there's a surefire way to wake up feeling fresh after drinks with friends, it's
Hold
with free
on.
alcohol. Look, I'm not 21 anymore. If I have a night out, I still want to be productive the next morning. And that's why
Germany. Let's attack Germany. What's Donald Trump's reaction to all of this? I mean, Donald Trump's go-to move is to say, you know what? Who's not on that list? Germany. Let's attack Germany. We're going to take 5,000 of our troops out of the German base. So all of these countries are shutting down their air bases and airspace to you. And the one country that's, critical of what you're doing because you're hurting their economy, but still letting you use the air base, Germany, you go, I'm going to attack that country. Yeah, brilliant idea, Donald. So Donald's like, I'm taking at least 5,000 troops, and that's just the beginning. We're taking more troops out of the German airbase. Brilliant move. Usually the way alliances work is you want to fortify them. Addition, not subtraction, is usually...
That's my point. That is my point.
A better move. Today, German's Chancellor Friedrich Merz said the following. We are witnessing a profound historic rupture, Germany's leader says, the kind every generation experiences once in a lifetime. We, the people born after the Second World War, were simply lucky until now. But now, 80 years after the end of the Second World War, we are experiencing what every generation in the centuries before us also experienced. It took 80 years, but now this historic rupture has arrived. So we are rearming in the truest sense of the word. We are strengthening ourselves. What Germany's doing? What's France doing? Well, the French aircraft carrier, the Charles de Gaulle, crossed the Suez Canal and moved into the Red Sea yesterday in a preparatory phase for a potential Franco-British mission to protect navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Paris emphasized that the operation will have a defensive character and will be distinct from the U.S. initiative Project Freedom, which is now donezo. The mission will depend on the reduction of regional tensions and the agreement of the countries in the region. And while Donald Trump can't negotiate for the life of him, French President Emmanuel Macron, who's basically leading this part of the effort on behalf of European countries, he said yesterday that he discussed the Hormuz situation with Iran's President Pezeshkian. French President Emmanuel Macron said on Wednesday that he held further talks with Iran President Masoud Pezeshkian, during which Macron had reaffirmed the importance of freeing up the shipping lanes in the Strait of Hormuz. Macron added he had encouraged Iran's president to look at the plans by France and Britain to set up an international mission to lay the groundwork for safe transit through Hormuz. In other words, Donald Trump's just going to keep on manipulating the markets. He'll keep doing what he's doing with Axios and Barack Ravid, where he goes, oh, we did a memorandum of understanding with Iran. We're so close to getting a deal. Iran told us that we're moving closer. And then the markets go up, and then the oil markets drop, and then it turns out Trump's lying, and then the opposite happens. I call that the 2-week Donald Trump bankruptcy death spiral, because he does that his entire life. 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks for a healthcare plan, 2 weeks for this, 2 weeks for that, 2 weeks for that. And he relies on the fact that people get very busy in life and they get distracted, and there's a lot of things that happen. They often get distracted by his distractions, right? Trump's a WMD, damn it. He's a weapon of mass distraction. So he'll go 2 weeks, 2 weeks, then try to distract you with this, that, and the other thing, and just try to put a fire hose of lies and insanity. So you forget about the 2 week time frame. Then when the 2 week
exactly. And this is why you have to, this is why I tried to catch these hearings, these oversight hearings, the confirmation hearings. This is where you understand who is in this administration and how willing they are to lie and what they are willing to lie about. I just love what, and you know, a thing about this is this little 5 minutes that they have to ask or answer questions. I think that we definitely need more than 5 minutes to drill these people.
arrives, he goes another 2 weeks.
Maybe 10 minutes, you know, not a whole half hour or anything like that, because they're riveting.
Then it's a month, then it's 2 weeks, then it's a day, then it's 3 days, and it's 2 weeks. That's the Trump debt cycle. And it ultimately leads to bankruptcy, right? By mid-July, we're out of oil. Like by mid-July, we run out, okay? Like there's going to be a crisis moment. And I know people don't want to talk about it, but there's a moment.
Okay, this link is in my description box. It is in my description box under Trump cries uncle as well. Let's move forward. There are a couple of more things that I wanted to present to you. I think I forgot to show you this on yesterday, but if I did show this to you, forgive me. I wanted to talk about the Trump administration. They are meeting with White House attorneys, and they are trying to figure out what they would do if the Democrats takes over the House or the Senate and in the investigations start. So let's get into this. This will be in my description box under CYA, cover your ass. Hold on, let me put the volume up. CYA, cover your ass.
It seems like panic is setting in the White House as White House officials are privately holding secret meetings to prepare for what they expect to be a Democratic majority in the House of Representatives, which would mean a Democratic barrage.
Hold on 1 second. I apologize for that.
Panic is setting in the White House as White House officials are privately holding secret meetings to prepare for what they expect to be a Democratic majority in the House of Representatives, which would mean a Democratic barrage of investigations of Donald Trump, his family members, and those inside the executive branch. According to New Washington Post reporting, these secret meetings have been held by White House counsel, who has been briefing privately executive staff members for what life will be like under a Democratic majority in the House of Representatives. Now expect mass investigations and mass subpoenas. Now, Donald Trump himself can get away with certain things, right? He has immunity, he's the president, but staff, they're not immune. Family members, they're not immune. And expect mass investigations. And as a result, you should expect panic levels in the White House to rise continuously between now and November. And while the meetings are already being held, spread the word, follow for more. We have some big news this evening. It seems like panic is setting in.
Okay, that link is in my description box. And if you do not follow Aaron Paramas on Instagram or on YouTube, you are really doing yourself a disservice, in my opinion. Now, let's go to another one of my faves, Ken Klippenstein. You know, I have been talking to you guys about the reports that have been going on about pre-crimes. Let's talk about now it seems like they have a whole strategy for these pre-crimes that they are going to jail whom will be jailed for these pre-crimes. It seems like they have set up a official framework for these pre-crimes here in the United States of America to arrest whom? American citizens. Insane pre-crime strategy unveiled for leftist extremists. A new national counterterrorism strategy vows to cripple them before crimes are committed. Who is them? Them are these people that they call leftist extremists. You know, these are these leftists who they lie and tell you who have committed more political violence than people on the right, while counting leftist violence as Trump supporters who are committing violence, but they tell you that these are these are Democrats. Okay, now who is Sebastian Gorka? I don't, with a name like, let me see. I don't want to be racist. I don't want to be accused of being racist. I don't want to be accused of being anything. But with a name like Sebastian Gorka, it doesn't seem like he was even born in the United States. So there's that. The White House declared war on the American people today, labeling its political opponents as terrorists, including left-wing extremists. Let's see what date this is. Let's be thorough. This was May 6, 2026. Just so you know, May 6, 2026. Just so you also know, Ken Klippenstein has been on point at all times. At all times. And he writes and he drops receipts. This is just not, he drops the receipts. Okay. White House declared war on the American people today, labeling its political opponents as terrorists, including left-wing extremists. The new label also claims that there are deepening allies between the far left and Islamists. So if you are on the left, and let's say you are against what's going on in Palestine, they want to then say that you have some connection with Islam and Islamists. So you are a real threat to your country. Just by voicing the opinion that this genocide that we have watched go on for years and have financially supported is abhorrent, that you have connections with Islamists or pro-Palestinian protesters. The language it contained in the White House newly released National Counterterrorism Strategy. It is the first national security It is the first national strategy to be unveiled since 2021, when the Biden administration issued its document. The strategies identify the left-wing, anti-fascist, anarchist, I can't say that word, anarchist. I can't say that word. And the radically pro-transgender ideologies as threat equivalent to jihad groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS or narco traffickers. Now, we know what happened to these narco traffickers. So now you understand what they want to equate as being equivalent to Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and narco traffickers. What happened to the narco traffickers? They killed them on sight, and they provided you no information that they were trafficking anything. Now, what are they trying to say? Is far left being pro Palestinian protester, and you can be wiped out by your own government, because that's what they're doing to narco traffickers without any proof. Without any proof. The strategy is the brainchild of White House counterterrorism czar Sebastian Gorka. Let me see who this man is. With a name like Gorka, that's not a name like Smuckers. With a name like Smuckers, it has to be good. Let me see. Where is he from? Who is this man? Isn't it strange that all of these immigrants that they hate so much, if they are from predominantly white countries, they are given high positions in our government? Isn't that strange to you? Let me see. Let me see who this man is. Well, one thing. What is this? Hold on. This is the worst place to get facts. The native of Gorka, Sebastian Gorka, is Hungarian. Born in 1970. It's 1970. This motherfucker look like he's 80. And is a media host and commentator, currently affiliated with Salem Radio Network and Newsmax. He's a United States government official. He served in the first Trump administration as deputy assistant to the president for 7 months, from January until August, until he had to leave. In the second term of the Trump administration, he has served as a deputy assistant to the president and senior director of counterterrorism since January of 2025. That's who he is. He's Hungarian. That's all I wanted to know. I was just very curious where he gets his worldview from. That's very important. The strategy is the brainchild of White House counterterrorism czar Sebastian Gorka, a eccentric figure I have reported, who last year hinted at terrorism charges being levied for political opponents of the administration. The document makes clear that he got his wish. Gorka called the strategy "my life's work." That's kind of what Kevin Roberts calls Project 2025, since his life's work was studying Black people and understanding the Black people to the point where he got a master's and a PhD in Black history. And he is using everything that he has deemed and theorized about Black people, and he put his thesis together, Project 2025, and he is enacting it on the United States of America to harm Black people. That's what I have to say about it. Let me see. The document made clear that he got his wish. Gorka called the strategy "my life's work," and apparently waxed so poetic in previous draft that his superiors told him, by his own account, cut it down, Gorka. Currently, we face three major types of terrorist group, the strategy says, listing narco terrorists and transnational gangs, legacy Islamist terror, and legacy Islamist Islamist terrorists and violent left-wing extremists, including anarchists and anti-fascists. This is from the White House. Here's a receipt. The White House, the United States counterterrorism strategy. Currently, we face three major types of terrorism: narco-terrorism, transnational gangs, legacy Islamist terrorists, violent left-wing extremists, including anarchists and anti-fascists. This is a White House receipt. Counterterrorism itself is a propaganda term sanitizing the actual practice pre-crime, which aims to build cases against people for what they might do, most ominously based on speech or belief. I've written about the Bureau's pre-crime push at length. Yes, he has. And if you hit this link, you will be forwarded Homeland Security's pre-crime push. This is a thing. There are receipts. Yes, there are receipts. Receipt. From the Department of Homeland Security, pre-crimes. And you may want to go visit Ken Klippenstein and understand what your media is not talking about. With receipts, with things that have been set in place in your government. Why do you think that they're setting all this shit in place in your government? As Pete Kegbreath will not say if he will not put our military at polling stations for the midterm election. You don't have to commit a crime. That's what a pre-crime is. I've written about the Bureau's pre-crime push at length. The strategy doesn't bother hiding it. It promises to identify terror actors and plots before they happen, and to use law enforcement tools to cripple them operationally before they can maim or kill the innocent. The strategy also hints at a crackdown on pro-Palestinian groups. In a section laying out 5 functional aspects of the current CT environment beyond the counterterrorism CT environment beyond the previous named 3 categories, it warns of new and deepening alliances between the far left and Islamists, i.e., the red-green alliance. I don't know what the red-green alliance is. A phrase borrowed from the conservative disclosure to suggest that a conspiratorial alignment between the American left and radical Islam. That's what it means. The Red-Green Alliance term has been pushed by Israeli think tanks like the Runt Group, which defines the term as the nexus between radical progressive groups to Islamist organization, and picked up by the right-wing U.S. news outlet. The framing is designed to recast pro-Palestinian activism as a front for jihadism. Okay, you can't be against genocide, or they're saying your United States government wants to compare you or equate you to jihadism. Make that make sense, but this is not speculation. This is just not an article. This is what your counterterrorism terrorist czar in the United States has enacted as his great world, his great wet dream that has come true. This is the workings of his mind, what to call you and your rights to free speech. You know that free speech dinner that Donald Trump, that he pretended like he was going to celebrate the press in their free speech at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And then the very next day, he told Norah O'Donnell, what a disgusting thing. You're disgusting. You're disgusting. This goes way far beyond that. They're talking about putting you in jail for terroristic crimes. Okay, I don't know if you knew that. The strategy proposes employing the same tactics used to map out jihadist networks like Al Qaeda against Americans here at home, promising rapid identification and neutralization of the supposed threat. This is exactly the technique that Gorka and other top Trump officials like Kash Patel cut their teeth on during post 9/11 global war on terror. Experience that I previously warned they would lean heavily on. Previously warned, you can go to where he previously warned you of this. You can Trump's domestic war on terror, March 2025. Yes, you were previously warned by Ken Klippenstein. You were also previously warned by Ken Klippenstein that it appeared that Israel and the United States were about to strike Iran in March of 2025. And when did Israel and the United States strike Iran? In June of 2025. I reported and I read you the article right here. Right here on my news. And then in June, it happened. Now, our government told us, no, we're not doing that. We're just doing some exercises with Israel, trying to teach them how to refuel their planes in midair and all of this. But then the Israeli government told their people in their newspaper that yes, we are doing a joint mission where if Iran doesn't do, I can't remember what they talking about. If not, Iran didn't do that. The United States and Israel was going to strike them. See, their people, they told their people what they were going to do. There's a link to the article where you can go to the Israeli newspaper and they was like, hey, what you in the U.S. doing flying so close to Iran? And they told them. But your government lied to you. Let's continue. Go look it up. Ken Klippenstein article. It's all in there. It's all in there. Months prior to that first strike where they blew up those caves. And obliterated their nuclear capabilities. And now we're back there. Where are we now? In a full-fledged war? Where are we now? Okay. All right. Keep listening to bullshit news. Owned by Israeli interests. These are big corporations that are buying up the news in the United States, who are beholden to giving you propaganda and giving you a slant that is upholding Israel. Why is this happening so much in the United States now? Because there has been so much black backlash recently, and so many people waking up to what they have been ignoring that has been going on in Gaza. So now with this grand awakening in the United States, they got to tamper that down because, they're used to the United States and this dumbness that was taught to black people in churches. We always gotta support Israel. We always gotta support Israel. I ain't always gotta support nobody. If somebody approves themselves to be doing things that I can't support, I don't support it. I don't support genocide. I don't care if it's Israel. I don't care if it's Cambodia. I don't care if it's Nicaragua. I don't support it. I ain't always gotta support anything. It's nothing against Jewish people. It's the Israeli government's action. And everybody always want to equate you not supporting genocide with you being against Jewish people. That is just a misnomer, and that is just bullshit to try to say that you are anti-Semitic. I don't even know enough about Jewish people to have anything against Jewish people. What I am against a government going into a place and decimating the people in the place to steal their land and genociding a whole swath of people. Isn't everybody? Everybody is not against that. Why am I the criminal? Why do you want to make me the criminal? And isn't the whole idea of being anti-Semitic, doesn't that come from when a group of people went in and created a mass what am I trying to say? A mass killing of the Jews? Isn't that where this anti-Semitism really picked off, and you were able to kind of like point out people who were anti-Semitic because of their actions and thoughts and behavior towards Jewish people, based upon this hatred that a lot of people had for Jewish people, to the extent that they would create a whole genocide on them. So after the genocide, people were very cautious of you being anti-Semitic. I have no problem with people being cautious about you being anti-Semitic. But I do have a problem with if you do not support a government and that are doing a genocide on another group of people, and then you automatically being called anti-Semitic because you don't support their genocide. I think that's crazy. And what you need to know is that the United States has made it very easy to squash your free speech because it has gotten very unpopular in the United States. More eyes are on what had gone on in Palestine, as they tell you they've made a peace agreement, as they are still bombing and taking lives in Palestine. Still stealing houses in the West Bank and running people off, still attacking people in the West Bank, just straight up stealing their property, their land. Get out. When you run out and running from me, that's all you're going to get from your own home. Imagine living like that. All of these people in Palestine living in these tents, and their tent cities being bombed. It's bad enough they have bombed the buildings and tore down the buildings that they lived in. Now they're bombing tent cities. Absolutely no protection. Well, I guess if they bomb the tent cities, it'll get rid of some of the rats and shit that they're living with. The rats that are biting their children themselves, infecting them with diseases. And if I don't agree with this, if I don't agree with my government supporting this, I'm anti-Semitic. Let me tell you, one Jewish woman I know that I met that I know who is Jewish. I don't look at people trying to figure out if they're Jewish or not. I may know some Jewish people. I'm not looking for if this person is Jewish or not. Excuse me. I'm not equipped like that. I know this person isn't black. I know this person isn't Asian. This is a person. I ain't trying to figure out if they're Jewish, first and foremost. But I met a woman who I really liked, respected, and admired. She was an artist, and we got to talking one day, and she said, "Well, why don't?" She lived on my same block, and she said, "Oh," and we got to talking about paintings and this, and I showed her a painting, and I told her that I had done, and I told her what I didn't like about the painting and how I was having trouble figuring out how to do a specific thing in the painting. And she said, "Oh, why don't you come down and I'll show you how you can work that out." Real nice lady, old lady. She was real old, a real old lady. And then she said, "Bring your painting." I bought the painting, and I went down there, and she showed me some techniques. And then her whole place were filled with her own artwork. She worked in every medium. Was a very, very, very nice lady. And then she got to talking about other things. And then she got to talking about how she was in a concentration camp as a young girl. Then she held out her arm and showed me her tattoo on her arm, where they used to write the tattoos on their arms with numbers. Kind of like they just put it on your shirt. No, she showed me the tattoo where they tattooed her arm in the concentration camp. And then she started telling me stories about losing her family in the concentration camp. I don't have nothing against Jewish people. I have something against what is done to people under the guise of they're not creating genocide. I have a problem with genocide. Very, very, very nice and talented woman. So let's be real clear. I'm not anti-Semitic. Okay, so let's. I don't know where I went off on that. I just, it's just egregious what our government is doing. Let me see. Let me go back to my article. Okay. Here we are. Techniques that Gorka and other top officials like Kash Patel cut their teeth on during the post 9/11 global war on terror. Per the document, in addition to cartels and Islamists. Oh, I already read that. I'm beyond that. I'm sorry. As I reported last year, the FBI, in response to Charlie Kirk's murder, was preparing a war on what it considers transgender extremism. Based on my sources, that report was subject to endless fact checks asking how I knew this. He did a report on that. Here it is. Here's the report. FBI readies new war on trans people. Here is his story. And he is saying after he wrote that story, people were getting hemmed up saying, how did Ken Klippenstein know about this? As I reported last year, the FBI, in response to Charlie Kirk's murder, was preparing a war on what it considers transgender extremism. Now, we do know that curiously, on these bullets, the alleged shooter of Charlie Kirk, with all the evidence, the guns and the bullets that don't fit the gun, and mysteriously there is no a bullet that is identified as the gun that actually struck him. All of this curious shit, that just so happens to fit a narrative. But they have none of the evidence. Charlie Kirk's, what is his name? The alleged shooters, attorneys have not even gotten discovery. The FBI and the DOJ, much like in the case of the alleged shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, they are refusing to give these people's Tyler Robinson and I forget the alleged shooter at the Correspondents' Dinner. They are refusing to even give their attorneys discovery evidence. How can you defend your client if you have not been given discovery so that you can mount a defense, call witnesses, call professional analysts and all of this shit? They have refused to give discovery in these two cases. Is there an agenda to target people on whatever agenda they want? And do they have a mechanism into which to even put you in jail if you have not even been? Well, we know they do whatever they want in this administration. We know that they're not looking to give any facts. They looking to form narratives and stories, and they go with it. As I reported last year, the FBI, in response to Charlie Kirk's murder, was preparing a war on what it considers transgender extremism. Based on my sources, that report was subject to endless fact checks asking how I knew this, something I can't answer without burning my sources. And whenever I was spreading panic in the transgender community, the counterterrorism strategy affirms my reporting, explicitly pointing to the assassination of Charlie Kirk by a radical who expound extreme transgender ideology as part of its justification for the new targeting. The strategy is in important respects Charlie Kirk's strategy. Within hours of his September 2025 murder at Utah Valley University, White House Justice and Homeland Security officials scrambled to draft a sweeping domestic crackdown, as I previously reported. Did he previously report that? Yes, he previously reported that. MAGA's 9/11 is a assassination. Charlie's death is like a domestic 9/11, says Treasury Secretary Scott Bizass. Charlie's death is like a domestic 9/11. He has already given you this information. Understand all of this hyperbole that you hear on the 24 hours, 24/7 news. You don't hear the shit that's really going to affect you and how you live your life. You hear the same stories over and over and over and over and over. Okay, I'm just trying to give you more information. The strategy is an important aspect. Is important. Wait a minute. Let me see. As I previously reported, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent called the killing a domestic 9/11, vowing his department would now do to America political networks what it once did to Al Qaeda in going after their finance. Now understand, Scott Bessent is the Treasury Secretary. Now Scott Bessent is saying that under this new, we have so many domestic terrorists, that he's going to go after your finances. Did you know that? Is your for-profit media telling you that they have put together some strategies to go after your finances, to deem you to be a domestic terrorist if you say even the thing that you support the Palestinian people? That you can be deemed a domestic terrorist and they can go after your finances? What else can they do? Well, if you don't know, you should know. Treasury, okay. We are vowing the department would do what America Political Network did. Networks, what it once did to Al Qaeda in going after their finances. Charlie Kirk was not just an ally of the new terrorist hunter. Trump reportedly considered the 31-year-old Turning Point USA co-founder part of his extended family, in his words, with a direct line to the Oval Office that few others enjoyed. The president credited Kirk with delivering young voters in 2024. Posthumously awarded him the President Medal of Freedom. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? When a white, in my opinion, Christian nationalist gets a Medal of Freedom from the President of the United States, the same President of the United States that allowed day one into his administration, allowed federal contractors to discriminate against their workers, to actually have allowed them to segregate their workers based on race or whatever else, allow segregation in the federal contract arena. Isn't that great? Wouldn't a president who is allowing contractors to the American government to segregate their workers once again via a what do he call those things? Via what is that? Executive order. Isn't it wonderful that that same man would award someone like Charlie Kirk, who ranted a whole lot of racist ideas, talking about if he had a black pilot, he'd think twice about getting on the plane because he'd wonder if the guy was qualified to fly a plane. This college dropout is wondering if a black man is qualified to do something that he has never done. Isn't that ironic that he would get the Medal of Freedom in this administration under the things and under the things that they are doing in broad daylight, but we're supposed to sit back and pretend like we don't see what's going on? Oh, it's not racism. You guys always talk about race, and if you say something, they think that they are going to make you feel some type of way by calling you racist when you point out their racism, and they're so stupid they do not know. To be a racist, you have to have power to affect a group of people, their personal lives, be it banking, housing, education, whatever. But because you point out their voting, yeah, you have to have power to affect them. A representation in your votes. Yeah, you have to have power to be a racist. And when I point it out, it's pointing out your racism. Okay, let me finish. The president credited Kirk with delivering young voters in 2024. He got the Medal of Freedom, which would be his 32nd birthday, and used his February 2026 State of the Union to mourn my great friend Charlie Kirk, with Kirk's widow Erica seated in the chamber as a special guest, with special napkins and tissues wrapped around her finger, and the cryy face, and dabbing the eyes with no tears, and the whole 9 yards, the whole spectacle. Kirk's death resulted in the issuance of NSPM 7. Y'all have heard me talk a lot about this, and because this is where I learned about the NSPM 7. What is the NSPM 7? It's right here. Go over there and indulge yourself in NSPM 7. If you are unfamiliar with NSPM 7, one of the things that this great NSPM 7, it receipts. This is not hyperbole. This is actually a, what is it? National Security Presidential Memorandum. NSPM 7. That is a thing. The Trump administration isn't only targeting organizations or groups. They talk about the organizations and groups that they are targeting. Right here, in other words, they're targeting pre-crimes. He's been telling you this since last year. NSPN 7 directs a new national strategy to disrupt any individual or groups that foment political violence, according to them. What is that? That whatever they decide, that's very vague. That's what it's supposed to be. That's what it's supposed to be. It's kind of like that narco terrorist drug boats. Very vague. No proof. People dead. That's what it's supposed to be. Including before they result in violent or political acts. In other words, they are targeting pre-crimes. This is what we're talking about. Trump administration isn't only targeting organizations or groups, but even individuals and entities whom NSPM 7 says can be identified by any of the following indicators of violence. If if they contend that you are you have anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, support the overthrow of the United States government, which means that you cannot have any other religion than Christianity, I guess. Support for the overthrow of the United States government, extremism on migration, extremism on race, extremism on gender, hostility towards those who hold traditional views on family. Now, how can you deem someone a threat to the country based on hostility towards those who hold traditional American views? How do you determine that they're hostile towards someone who holds traditional American views? I didn't know American views were just one thing. You actually have the S behind view, not a view, not American view, American views, plural, on family. So how is it that you can pinpoint someone who has hostility against a vast amount of differing views about traditional American, about the traditional American family? Because you, in this statement, actually say that obviously there could be more views about the traditional American family, because you didn't write the word view of American family, traditional American family. But they have a way to distinguish that you have hostility towards a traditional views on the American family. This is your government. This makes sense to them. Yeah, it makes sense to them because they can throw a label on it and keep you pushing through the system. It's very vague. It's meant to be vague. So whatever they want to deem you to be, that's what you are. You're anti-Christian. You are anti-Christian. You have hostility towards your neighbor. Traditional American view on family, and then somebody else, they can get caught up on the same thing. You have hostilities against your neighbors, traditional American views on family, and these two families could have total opposite of views on traditional family. You get what I'm saying? But you got two people locked up under the same charge for people who have a whole different views on the traditional American family. That's how it's supposed to work. You can get a whole lot of more people arrested on bullshit that way. Hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on religion. Okay, so if you're anti-Christianity, you can be arrested. If you are hostile towards those who hold traditional American views on religion, how can it be both? How can it be both? Because obviously you have to be a Christian to be in this nation. So wouldn't they be the ones who would be getting arrested for holding hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on religion? Because as far as I know, this nation was not created based on religion. This nation was created based on the freedom to have whatever religion you want. There is no traditional American religion. But they're talking about the views on religion. So aren't they the one who are having these skewed views on religion? Traditional American religion? Wouldn't your government be the one who is having hostility towards those who hold a different who is not a Christian? You cannot be a traditional American citizen and you're Jehovah's Witness. You cannot be a traditional moral American citizen if you're a Muslim. Is that what they're saying? Well, who's holding these views? Wouldn't it be your government who's holding these views when America is created so you can practice or not practice whatever religion you want? So they would be the one who are going against their own law, but they're locking individuals up. They're locking individuals up. And the final one is hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on morality. Make that make sense. Morality, an immoral government, a peak keg breath who won't answer the question if they double struck a school of girls under the age of 12, the age of 12 and under. And they want to talk about locking you up for your hostility towards morality. Get the fuck. Now, if you did not know this, yes, this is a real thing. They actually have written the memorandum out. This is just not a thought process. No, this is a real thing that your government has in store, has in their back pocket to charge you with. Okay, let me see. The new strategy also leans heavily on grievances about the weaponization of counterterrorism power under prior administrations to justify a sweeping expansion of those same powers. It cites past FBI controversy, surveillance of conservative Catholic attending traditional mass in Virginia, parents standing up for their children at school board meetings, and investigations of members of Congress or President Trump and his associates as the rationale for what it calls previous radical shift in the U.S. counterterrorism. Really? Okay. But these are the same people who wants to give oligarchs like the Oracle guy, what is his name? Who bought up Paramount, David Ellison. These are the same people who want to give him the ability to mass surveil people, who wants to give Peter Thiel and his AI and his drones the ability to mass surveil and know everything about what you do, buy, and all of this. But they pretend to be that they are concerned about radical shifts. Let's continue. They want to pretend like they know what you think about someone else's views on this. What the fuck is going on? They want. Okay, y'all know what they want. In other words, abuses of counterterrorism authorities against the right have now become the grounds for unleashing those same authorities against the left. The strategies anticipate this reversal and tries to inoculate against it. Our counterterrorism power will not be used to target our fellow Americans who simply disagree with us. It insists before going on to describe a regime that does not a regime that does precisely that, provided the disagreement is categorized as extremism. Except that's exactly what it does. The strategy includes a forward by President Trump as the emphasis is unparalleled focus on the homeland. My administration has put an unprecedented focus on dismantling threats to the American homeland in our hemisphere, not in our country, in our hemisphere. The global war on terror has come home. I apologize for stopping so much in between reading that. So this is why I will put the link to this article. If you haven't not gone over to Ken Klippenstein, treat yourself. I'm going to put this under terror. I'm just going to put that under terror. And let's move on. I just wanted to give you guys that information. Let me see what you guys are saying. Still reading at a 5th grade level. Oh, so that's how I graduated from a college, reading at a 5th grade level. Oh, okay. But I read something that you cannot pontificate on. What do you have to say about what I read at a 5th grade level? What do you have to say about what I read at a 5th grade level? What do you have to say about what I read to you that you didn't even know existed? Nothing? Nothing? Oh, okay. Let's continue. Let's continue. Let me see what else I wanted to share with you. Let me go here. Hold on. Here we go. Here we go. Now, let's get into it. Let's go here. I think this is... Wait a minute. I already showed this one. I apologize. Let me share with you some other things that I wanted to go over in this video. Other news that I thought you could use. Now, 4547 has been found liable, found guilty on essaying EU. I think her name is the E.G. Carroll lady. Is it E.G. Carroll? I think it's E.G. Carroll. Now, the president has gone to the Department of Justice to put this case before the Supreme Court. Now, I don't understand how a case like this appears before the Supreme Court. He is due to have to pay her some $800 million. So now, guess what? The Department of Justice is trying to put before the Supreme Court to save your president money from a suit that he lost. Let's get into this. Let me share my screen with you. If you are unaware of this, this is why I always watch Aaron Paramus. Let's get into this.
Political prospects in the November midterm elections, simply because the rise of gas.
I have it on double speed, I do believe. Yes, I do. Okay, here we go.
Morning, everyone. The Trump administration this morning has deep concern.
I apologize. This is one about gas prices. That'll do. I wanted to talk about that. Trump is mad about the gas prices, and he was the one who made the gas prices go up. Go figure. Idiots.
President's political prospects in the November midterm elections, simply because the rise of gas prices. For the first time, privately, Trump advisors are sounding the alarm over the rise in gas prices. Gas prices have reached a 4-year high, over $4 a gallon of gas on average in the United States of America. And there's no sign of letting up, as the war in Iran, although the president claims is, quote, terminated, is still impacting gas prices as the Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed. At the same time, we learned extraordinary information overnight, which is the reason why Project Freedom, which was the project that announced by Trump to guide ships through the Strait of Hormuz, the reason why he abruptly ended it less than 48 hours after starting it was because Gulf states like Saudi Arabia and Kuwait said you can't use our military bases or airspace for your objectives, which is a significant development. We have more information regarding the hantavirus, and I want to talk a little bit more about what we know right now. A major Department of Justice investigation has been launched into possible insider trading and market manipulation over the war in Iran and oil prices and more. As always, like, comment, share, subscribe, get the word out. And if you can, subscribe to my Substack, click the link below to support my work as I'm getting you this update in real time. I want to jump right in and talk about what the Wall Street Journal is now reporting. Privately, Trump's advisors are increasingly worried that Republicans will pay a political price for the rising fuel costs, according to people familiar with the matter. Many of those advisors are eager to end the war in the hopes that prices will begin moderating before November's midterm elections. Right now, the price of a gallon of gas is well above $4 on average. And many say that, it could raise up to $5. See, Donald Trump yesterday in the Oval Office said that he would be okay for crude oil prices to go to $200 a barrel, which would lead to $5 a gallon of gas in the United States of America, because in his view, what he's doing in Iran is more important than what Americans are paying at the pump. But even America's closest allies in the Middle East are souring on the president's military objectives, because you see, overnight, Trump's abrupt reversal on plans to help ships go through the Strait of Hormuz came after a key Gulf ally suspended the U.S. military's ability to use its bases and airspace to carry out the operation. Trump surprised Gulf allies by announcing Project Freedom on social media Sunday afternoon. Now, Trump allies surprised the Gulf by announcing Project Freedom. It angered leadership in Saudi Arabia. And in response, the kingdom informed the United States it would not allow the U.S. military to fly aircraft from the Prince Sultan Air Base southeast of Riyadh, or fly through Saudi airspace to support the effort. Now, a call between Trump and Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman did not resolve the issue, forcing the president to pause Project Freedom in order to restore U.S. military access to the critical space. Now, it's not just Saudi Arabia, Kuwait as well cut off access to basing and overflight. Now, I can't overstate truly how significant of a moment this is in the war, because in a lot of respects, Saudi Arabia and other regional allies to the United States of America supported the U.S. efforts in Iran. They almost got involved in the war themselves. There was some reporting early on that Saudi Arabia considered even getting involved. The UAE considered getting involved and putting their military in jeopardy. They didn't do that. They did face strikes from Iran. And well, now you have key U.S. allies saying, this is one step too far for me. Because when Donald Trump imposed Project Freedom and kind of surprised everyone, the Iranians retaliated, right? The Iranians said, you didn't get our permission to do this, so we're going to fire on your ships. We're going to launch missiles at an oil refinery in the UAE. We're going to target a residential building in Oman. Remember all of that when the ceasefire almost fell apart? Yeah, well, it was because Trump just unilaterally did something and didn't get permission. And now a big story in all of this is the market manipulation aspect. And there's a major investigation that's been launched today. Take a listen.
Robin, we are seeing those historic swings in the price of oil with every headline about the Iran war. And now we have learned that the Justice Department is investigating a series of suspiciously timed trades just ahead of major announcements about the war by President Trump. Sources tell ABC News that the DOJ, along with the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, are probing at least 4 trades in the oil market where traders made a total of more than $2.6 billion betting that oil prices would drop right before they actually did. Starting on March 23rd, data from the London Stock Exchange showed just 15 minutes before Trump posted that he would delay attacking Iran's power grid, traders bet $500 million that oil prices would fall. On April 7th, a few hours before Trump announced a ceasefire, nearly $1 billion in bets on oil dropping. Similar pattern on April 17th, $760 million in trades just 20 minutes before Iran announced the Strait of Hormuz was open. And on April 21st, 15 minutes before Trump extended the ceasefire, traders bet $430 million oil would go down. We do not know the identities of these traders, but these are very big payouts, raising concerns about insider trading. The CFTC and DOJ are not officially commenting, guys.
Well, finally, we get an
a case that the DOJ can't even comment on or won't. You know what I mean? The DOJ is now prosecuting this windfall of that at the up and down posting that Trump is having on gas prices, and the DOJ has finally found a case that they are not trying to prosecute. Is Kakai Patel on the case? Is he doing a raise in any on the New York Stock Exchange trying to figure out who is doing all of this insider trading? Oh, nothing to see here. Let's continue.
Investigation, but I'm not truly I'm not holding my breath here in terms of anyone being held accountable, because I have a suspicion that it's folks within the Trump administration who are insider trading and manipulating the market. And so why would the Trump DOJ want to go after their own? We'll see. In other news, hantavirus. Let's talk about it. So there's a deadly hantavirus outbreak aboard the MV Hondias cruise ship. Now, concerns are growing today because about 40 passengers actually disembarked the ship early without any contact tracing. And this morning, a KLM flight attendant in Amsterdam, a Dutch flight attendant, is now being tested for hantavirus after developing mild symptoms and being hospitalized, according to the Dutch Health Ministry.
they have poop shit virus going around, rat poop virus going around. So let me put this in my description box. This link is in my description box under gas. Now, that wasn't the only thing I wanted to show you. I wanted to, let's get to. I told you how he's banned from all countries. Begs DOJ to say.
Sex abuse scandals and Donald Trump just seem to go together like a hand in a glove. And we've got another one involving E. Jean Carroll, which the Trump Department of Justice is trying to get him out from under with a new filing before the United States Supreme Court. In breaking news, the Department of Justice, controlled and captured by Donald Trump, is trying to argue that to the Supreme Court as the court of last resort, that Trump should not have to pay $83.5 million in compensatory and punitive damages for having been adjudged to have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll and then later defamed her about that private, personal, criminal conduct when he was president. There's a doctrine of immunity called the Westfall Doctrine, which under limited circumstances gives an employee of the federal government immunity from civil lawsuits. But you have to be working within the course and scope of your duties at the time that you are the bad acts happened. And Donald Trump calling E. Jean Carroll a liar and disgusting and a money grubber while he was in office does not rise the level of being afforded Westfall immunity. And if he got Westfall immunity, the Attorney General would have had to have certified that he was acting within the course and scope of his duties when he was defaming her. We all know that when he was defaming E. Jean Carroll from the president's perch, that he was not doing it within the course and scope of his authority. Even Joe Tacopina, Donald Trump's criminal defense lawyer, said exactly that on a news show. And yet here we are with a new appeal, a new plea to the United States Supreme Court by Donald Trump to get him out from under being a sex abuser. I'm Michael Popak. You're on Legal AF to kick off today. And let's get to the story. E. Jean Carroll, a famous editor for Elle magazine. This has all been proven in a court of law. Bumped into Donald Trump in the 90s at the Bergdorf Goodman department store, diagonal from Trump Tower. And there went a terrible odyssey that led to E. Jean Carroll being sexually abused by Donald Trump in a dressing room stall. That's what a jury of 9 concluded in federal court. 2 separate trials, we call them Carroll 1 and Carroll 2, took place. In Carroll 1, she proved to a jury by the preponderance of the evidence that she was the victim of sexual abuse by Donald Trump and that she was entitled to damages. As a result, they awarded her $5.5 million in damages. Famously, Donald Trump did not testify. In fact, you may recall that he was in Scotland doing some ribbon cutting for a golf course and refused to testify. Here's a clip of Donald Trump in Scotland instead of defending himself against sex abuse charges. Play the clip.
I have to leave Ireland and I have to leave Scotland, where I have great properties. I have to leave early. I don't have to, but I choose to.
Will you attend the trial, Mr. President?
I'll probably attend, and I think it's a disgrace. It's a disgrace that it's allowed to happen. It's a false accusation against a rich guy, or in my case, against a famous, rich, and political person that's leading the polls by 40 points. And I have to go back for a woman that made a false accusation about me, and I have a judge who's extremely hostile. And I'm going to go back, and I'm going to confront this one. This woman is a disgrace, and it shouldn't be allowed to happen in our country.
Once that trial was over and the jury awarded the 5.5, the judge started the second E. Jean Carroll case. Why was there a second one? Because he then defamed her. He defamed her while he was president. He said that she was not his type. He said that she was disgusting, that she was out for money, and many other things that he said for the bully pulpit of being the president. Here's Donald Trump, when he was president the first time around, bashing E. Jean Carroll and defaming her. Play the clip.
Manhattan jury found that you sexually abused the writer E. Jean Carroll and defamed her. You've denied this. But what do you say to voters who say it disqualifies you from being president?
Well, there aren't too many of them because my poll numbers just came out. They went up. Okay. This woman, I don't know her. I never met her. I have no idea who she is. I swear on my children, which I never do. I have no idea who this woman. This is a fake story.
You did not go to the trial and actually testify. Do you wish that you had testified?
No, it wouldn't have made a difference. This was a rigged deal. My lawyer said, sir, you don't have to do it. I actually said, I think I should. It would be respectful. They said, sir, don't do it. This is a fake story and you don't want to give it credibility. That's why I didn't go.
One thing you did do in this.
And I swear, and I've never done that. And I swear to, I have no idea who the hell. She's a whack job.
He did it again after he had lost the presidency while he was running for office again. going after E. Jean Carroll over and over again. In fact, when Robbie Kaplan, who's been on our show before, the lawyer who represents E. Jean Carroll, when she gave her closing argument to the jury, she said, having been able to present his financials, she said, you have to come up with a check big enough to make him stop defaming and abusing my client. And they came up with an $83.5 million judgment. Now, Alina Habba was the lawyer in the second trial. Joe Tacopina was the lawyer in the first trial. The problem for Alina Habba is that she did not raise Westfall immunity as a defense at the time. And when they took the appeal to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, the Second Circuit Court of Appeals told her that you waived any argument on Westfall immunity to have the U.S. government step in for Donald Trump and kill the case because you failed to raise it. Plain and simple. Donald Trump didn't like that result. He then also went to the Second Circuit and asked for a full 20-judge en banc appeal. And that was rejected in the beginning of this month. This case bounced around a little bit. The Second Circuit originally vacated Judge Kaplan's decision on the Westfall immunity after the Court of Appeals in Washington, D.C. made a ruling about how Westfall immunity should be analyzed. With those instructions, it was sent back to Judge Kaplan, who analyzed it both substantively, he's outside of Westfall immunity protection, and argued waiver when it went to the second and ruled on waiver. Second Circuit agrees with him on waiver, and here we are with the new filing. Here's the filing. 2 pages, filed with the Supreme Court yesterday. The United States hereby joins the unopposed motion of Trump to stay the mandate. In addition to the unopposed arguments advanced and good cause shown in the president's motion, the United States notes that there is further good cause to stay issuance of the mandate because the United States will petition for a writ of certiorari with respect to the panel's refusal to honor the United States' Westfall Act certification and failure to substitute the United States as the party defendant in this matter. Translation: Trump has Westfall immunity because he's a federal employee. He was acting within the course and scope of his duties when he was defaming her as president, and therefore the United States should step in, and she loses the $83.5 million. That's the result. Now it's up to the Supreme Court to decide what to do here. I think for now they issue the mandate. They wait on the petition for writ of certiorari, which is the way you do a normal appeal. They get 3 briefs and an oral argument. And sometime next year, we find out if E. Jean Carroll, who's now almost 80 years old, finally gets her $88 million that's been running with interest. Now, Trump had to post a bond, which apparently is still in place in New York, running with interest. So we don't have to worry about her ultimately getting paid if she wins, but she's got to get through this gambit of the United States Supreme Court. And we'll continue to follow it. We've had E. Jean Carroll here.
Okay, just in case you didn't know, once again, trying to get out of paying his bills. You cannot file bankruptcy on judgment. Who is this idiot? Let me stop sharing my screen. I was here a few days ago, schooled this woman and some of her mindless sheep. I have no mindless sheep. It seems like you're mindless. If you thought you came over here and schooled me, what did you school me on? Be specific. What did you school me on? I'm glad you're still trying to take America down. I don't have the power to take America down. I'm giving you news. I'm giving you news. And if you feel that the news that I'm giving is something that is taking America down, I don't control any policies that are going on in America. But I'm giving you news. So it's strange that you don't understand that I, as an individual who is reporting news factually and giving you the sources where I get the news from so you can go read it yourselves or go look at it yourself. You think that I have power to take America down, and you thought you could school me. You think that I can take America down by showing the news. Are you fucking crazy? You are the criminal. Oh, okay. Believe that. Believe that. Do you see the idiocy that these people have to say? They cannot talk about the news. Hey, Liz, it's good to see you. Hey, everyone coming in. Please hit the like button on your way in. Please hit the like button on your way in. Because E. Jean Carroll is a corrupt Democrat liberal liar that is owed $80-something million. Do you think so? That's not what a jury of her peers thought. The Pope hates warmongers. Okay, I don't know how we got on the Pope. Oh my God, you people! I forgot. If you support Trump, the Trump supporters, you notice how the Trump supporters are always apologists for all the sex crimes that come up in this administration, that surrounds this administration. And you notice that these people are always apologists for the Epstein files, for E. Jean Carroll, what happened to E. Jean Carroll. Do you notice that they are all deviants, sexual deviants, and it appears because they always make excuses for this type of behavior. God knows. I hope a lot of these people do not have children of their own. I really hope they don't have children of their own because we know what a lot of these palm-colored people do on a regular to their children. So the actual fact that they have the audacity to come out in public and be apologists for people who SA children and women, it's just mind-boggling. Where are we as a country? And somebody said I'm a criminal for reporting the news. Reporting the news from an attorney who is reading from the court docket. And you still have people attacking the woman who won her case, who was tried in front of a jury of their peers. Isn't this disgusting? Some of you people have absolutely no shame. You people are disgusting. Let's continue. Shall we go on? I just want to do what? I just want to hate what? No, I'm doing the news, sweetheart. I'm doing the news, sweetheart. These are court filings that you hear being read. I'm doing the news. No, you just want to hate the fact of what the truth is. That's what you want to hate. I'm reading the news. Snowflake, get out of your feelings. This is the real news. Snowflakes, those were court documents. Snowflake, get out of your feelings and accept the fact that you're an idiot. How about that, Snowflake? Let's continue. Where were we? I can't deal with these deviants all day. These sexual deviants and apologists for essaying children and women and probably and the way that the Grindr app always shut down when there's a big Republican event, probably abuser of essaying men as well. Let's not forget the men, because the Grindr app don't stand a chance when there's a big Republican function convention going on. We ought to get the Republicans for assaulting the Grindr app. We ought to get you guys for assaulting the Grindr app. Y'all be fucking that Grindr app up when y'all are together at your conventions. Grindr don't stand a possible chance. Goddamn. Oh, yeah, your deviants. Yes, your deviants. Okay. Let me see. What else? What else? Van Jones.
And now that there's a hot war in the middle.
Van Jones, bought and paid for by Israel. Bought and paid for by Israel. I am so sick of Jones being a raccoon. Van Jones, you're making absolutely no sense in what you're saying here. Go sit your ass down. Must we continue to see Van Jones on TV talking dumb shit? Trying to normalize something that is abhorrent? So fucking sick of this motherfucking raccoon
Police,
here.
does that change the calculus?
Let me start this from the beginning.
And now that there's a hot war in the Middle East, does that change the calculus?
What is the point? We already know that they have nukes. If the United States forces them to cough up the fur ball, how is that in the interest of the United States? I'm sure there's some point. I just don't know what the point is. Does anybody explain to me how does it? It seems to me it's just another attempt to for the left wing of my party to throw a rock at Israel.
It seems like another opportunity for the left on my party to throw something at Israel. To throw it at Israel. To make Israel admit that they have a nuclear weapon. What's the point? What's the point? What's the point? We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out what the point is. We're gonna find out that they have someone who's running for prime minister in Israel, who was arrested for being a spy, who gave Israel and Russia U.S. information, and guess who he received a not a pardon. Guess who he was able to get out of jail on? With Barack Obama. Let this traitor to the United States out of jail. Now he's running to be prime minister of Israel. He was born in the United States, but as soon as Obama let him out of jail, which I do agree he should have been in jail for life. This is the same motherfucker who threatened that they would Israel should use nuclear weapons on the United States, running for prime minister. But Van Johnson don't see what is the reason. It's just something to make the left on my side of the party. Van Johnson, are you even on our side of the party? Are you on the side of anybody in the United States? Because Van Johnson, you are beholden to Israel. Don't you do your voting over there in Tel Aviv somewhere, bitch? Fuck you talking about? Let's see exactly what Van is talking about in its entirety. I don't want to see Anna. I did get some good clips from here, though, I must admit.
All right. So last night, CNN's commentator, Van Jones, argued that there would be no point for Israel to disclose that it has a clandestine nuclear program, is not part of the non-proliferation treaty, and pretends to be a victim endlessly, even though they literally have nuclear weapons that
Now, also notice that it has been presented to you that we are in this Iranian war because Iran can strike Israel and it can destroy Israel. And we are supposed to be under this understanding. We're supposed to cover our eyes and pretend like we don't know Israel has nuclear weapons. So when your president come and present to you that Israel is so defenseless, and look at a big old Iran, and we cannot prove that they have any nuclear weapons, but we're going to tell you that Iran, they can strike Israel, and that is just we cannot live with that. What if Iran strikes poor little weak Israel? What if they strike them? Let's continue.
Guarantees that whether they have a right to exist or not, they will exist because they have nukes. Now, I appreciate that Abby Phillip there pushed back a little bit, but let's talk about this.
Let's not. Okay, let's get back to the clip. This link will be under my description box under nukes. Let's go.
Government officially refuses to acknowledge the risks of miscalculation, escalation, and nuclear use in this environment are not theoretical. They certainly are not theoretical, and I'm going to prove that to you in just a moment. A 1974 Special National Intelligence Estimate, a formal consensus assessment of the entire US intelligence community, including the Central Intelligence Agency, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and the State Department's Bureau of Intelligence and Research, concluded that Israel already has produced nuclear weapons. The document was classified top secret for nearly 32 years before being declassified and released in 2008. And then finally, they end their letter by simply saying, we ask you, President Trump, to hold Israel to the same standard of transparency that the United States expects from any other country that may be pushing, or pursuing, I should say, that may be pursuing or retaining nuclear weapons capability. Now, with that in mind, let's turn to the CNN panel, which was discussing this topic. Now, before Van Jones made his case, presidential historian Tim Naftali explained the history of Israel's nuclear program. Let's take a look at that.
Some people out there might not know this, but the United States government tried really hard to prevent Israel from having nuclear weapons. It was not in the state and national interest of the United States under the administrations of Dwight Eisenhower and John F. Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson for Israel to have the bomb. The French engaged in a covert operation with Israel to help Israel build its capacity. The French were not straightforward with us about it, and the Israelis were not straightforward with us. By the end of the 60s, you have a new administration that comes into town, and the French have changed their policy, and they're now not selling weapons to Israel anymore. The Israelis come to our government and say, we'd like to buy F-4s, Phantom bombers. We're willing to do that, but we say to the Israelis, but you've got to announce that you'll never introduce nuclear weapons into the Middle East. And we were afraid that if the Israelis announced that they had nuclear weapons, the Egyptians would go to the Soviets and say, would you give us a nuclear guarantee? And we'd find ourselves in a Cuban Missile Crisis, but in the Middle East. So the Nixon administration, which, by the way, the Joint Chiefs of Staff didn't want Israel to have nuclear weapons. State Department didn't want them. Really, none of the leaders in that administration wanted them to have nuclear weapons, but they had them. And so the U.S. government came up with this fix, which was basically, don't say to the world that you have them, and don't introduce them. In other words, don't assemble a weapon, and we'll sell you Phantoms. Because the administration was afraid that if they didn't sell Phantoms to Israel, members of Congress who were supportive of Israel would say, why aren't you helping the Israelis out? And the U.S. government didn't want to say, well, we're not helping them because they have nuclear weapons.
Okay, they have nuclear weapons. Okay, they have nuclear weapons. They stole nuclear secrets. They stole enriched uranium. Okay, that's what happened. That's what Israel did. And for whatever reason, Van Jones doesn't think it's a big deal. You know, it's a clandestine nuclear program based on stolen enriched uranium from the United States, or stolen materials from the United States, stolen secrets from the United States. That is the reality of the situation. Van Jones couldn't care less, apparently. Gee, I wonder why. Okay, so.
Because he's getting paid. We all know why, and you know why. You're not saying why, but because it's obviously he's on the payroll.
So he did get a little bit of pushback from Abby Phillip, which you saw in the earlier video.
No,
and,
I
is there?
clip. Take a look.
I mean, we do. I'm asking
an honest question.
Why? Why? What are you saying? What are you saying? You want to monopolize the conversation, but you keep repeating the same words 10 and 12 times. You're not saying anything. This is a bad spokesperson that they are. If they are paying him. This is a horrible spokesperson. You're making absolutely no sense. Why does it matter if Iran has one then? Why doesn't the same thought process go into effect when it comes to Iran? Because I don't see Iran going to any of its neighbor just unilaterally striking their neighbors like Israel has done in Syria, and Palestine is in the process of doing in Yemen. I don't see that happening from Iran. But you want to be an apologist for people who don't want other people who's going around, oh, look what they're doing, when they have already done the same thing. But we haven't gotten to the best part yet. See, this is something I didn't know that I'm going to share with you. I don't pretend like I know everything, but when I find something out, I'm going to share it with you. That's what I do. That's my point for being here. And it just really tricked me out of some of these comments about how I think I'm this, how I think I'm that. No, what I think I'm doing is sharing the news. And because I'm sharing the news that your dumbasses didn't know existed, you think that I no, what I think I am is I'm someone who knows the news, and I am sharing the news with you, and I am citing my source. I'm sorry, some of you guys are college dropouts, high school dropouts, meth heads, crack heads. You don't understand what citing your sources mean. I can't help you. You can go to my description box, find all of these clips. I'm not trying to profess to be anything. I'm not trying to profess to teach you anything. I'm giving you the news, period, point blank. And it flatters me that you think that I am trying to prove myself to be something that I am absolutely not trying to do. I'm giving you the news, and I'm giving my commentary on the news. And if you really don't want to see it, you really wouldn't be here. If you really didn't want to see it, you really wouldn't be in the chat telling me to shut up on my channel. How silly do you sound? It's just amazing. It's just really amazing that you people come in here, know nothing, show how ignorant you are, and tell a person to shut up on their channel because you cannot converse on the content of the information that I'm giving you. So you tell me to shut up. That just shows that you're in your feelings and that you're stupid and you're unintelligent, and you cannot have a conversation on the content that is being presented. I'd love to see it. I really, really love to see you ignorants do that. It's just so satisfying. Let's continue. Now, and it also lets me understand why when I give the news and I give my commentary and you say, I think I'm this and I think I'm that, it just really warms my heart to know the fact that I'm giving you information that you didn't know. It makes you feel inferior, and you should feel inferior. You should always feel inferior. It takes the shine off of this fake supremacy that you ignorants want to pretend that you are. See, so when you say I think I am something and I think this and that, no, I think I'm giving you the news. And the fact that I'm able to give you the news that you haven't ever heard, now you feel inferior, and you think you're saying something about me is an attack. No, it's an assurance that I have you feeling insecure about your own ignorance. Let's continue.
It says Israel is going to nuke Iran.
Here's the thing. I guess the question is again, now there's been a change of status quo.
The earlier video, and
is there? I'm asking an honest question. Why? I mean, has there been some rumor that says that Israel is going to nuke Iran?
Here's the thing. I guess the question is again now.
Has there been some rumor that Israel's going to nuke Iran? Has there been some rumor that Iran is going to nuke Israel? Why? Why are you? That's the only why you have to act. If there's a rumor that Israel going to nuke anyone, just because that's the only reason why a country should declare that they are a nuclear country. Is if there's rumors that they're going to nuke somebody? Van, are you serious? Is that the only thing that says that this country should declare that they have nuclear weapons? Rumors. Well, there's rumors that Iran was still trying to enrich uranium to get a weapon. Who started that rumor? None other than Netanyahu, who has been running around the country for over 35 years, repeating that same rumor that Iran was so close to a weapon. They could have a weapon in a couple of weeks, a couple of months. Who was telling that rumor? The same person that you feel shouldn't have to declare that they have nuclear weapons based on rumors. But we are in war based on rumors from the person you say shouldn't have to reveal their nuclear weapons. But they have been putting rumors out on Iran for 30-something years. Van, you make no sense. I don't even know why you are trying to support and talk about this. They are making you look like an abject fool out here supporting this, talking about, are there rumors? From the biggest rumor mill it is, Benjamin Netanyahu, about Iran is having nukes. They'll have nukes in a week, a day, a month, a year. 33 years of rumors. And look at us spending up to $2 billion every day on a war based on rumors from someone who will not declare that they have the things that they have been accusing Iran of trying to get. And he has been accusing them. He has been spreading this same rumor for over 35 years, 33 to 35 years. Van Jones, shut the fuck up.
There's been a change of status quo. There's a war between the United States, Israel, and Iran that is going on right now in the Middle East. And under those circumstances, that is actually different from what we've been experiencing for the last, 40, 50 years. And so under those circumstances, there's only one power in the Middle East that has a nuke, and it's Israel. And so the question is, what are the circumstances? What are the boundaries? Are there any boundaries? They don't acknowledge that they have them.
I appreciate her saying that because it's true. It needs to be said. And so he doesn't think it's that big of a deal.
Now, let's get to why it should be that big of a deal. Right here. Let's get into this.
Big mistake. He should have never been released from prison. He are egging on mutually assured destruction. Let's be clear about that. So stupid move. But when we talk about the threat, it's coming from a stupid person. And I'm talking about Jonathan Pollard, notorious traitor to the United States, a US-born former CIA official who betrayed the United States by providing US secrets to the Israelis. He got caught doing that and went to prison for it. Unfortunately, during the Obama administration, he was offered parole. This was, I believe, in 2015. Big mistake. He should have never been released from prison. He should have rotted there. He should have died there. I would have wanted a punishment even worse than that, but okay, life in prison, it would suffice. He was a traitor to our country. He sold our secrets to the Israelis, and then the Israelis, at the time, we were enemies with the Soviets. They provided our secrets to the Soviets. Just treacherous behavior. But anyway, Obama offered him parole, in 2015. It was like a humanitarian thing. I guess he had fallen ill in prison where he deserved to die. But then later, Trump, in his first administration, allowed him to fly back to
Israel is our greatest ally. Israel is our greatest ally. Let's continue.
Israel, and that's exactly what Jonathan Pollard did. He flew back to Israel. I shouldn't even say back to Israel. He wasn't born in Israel. He was born in the United States. But he flew to Israel to safety with the people he actually cares about, the country he actually cares about. And he did so on the Adelson jet. So he got to fly to Israel in class, right? And then what did he do after that? I'll give you a little taste. This is a video of Jonathan Pollard speaking to Israeli media and bragging about threatening the United States with Israel's nuclear weapons. Let's take a look.
Well, I believe that the Biden administration, as I called it, did threaten us. But I said, you're mistaken if you think there's never a choice. There was a choice. He said, well, what, is it to have our weapons cut off? I said, no, let me bring you back to October 1973 during the Yom Kippur War when
the Biden administration did threaten us. Now, Obama, are you happy that you let this man out on parole? This disrespectful cretin out on parole? Let's continue.
Henry Kissinger, as I called it, did threaten us. But I said, you're mistaken if you think there's never a choice. there was a choice. He said, well, what? Is it to have our weapons cut off? I said, no, let me bring you back to October 1973 during the Yom Kippur War when Henry Kissinger instituted an arms embargo against us. He stopped the aerial resupply of our army at that point to extract diplomatic concessions from us. And what happened? What happened was an A-4 Skyhawk was parked at Tel Nof Air Base with some interesting weapons under its wings. And
with some interesting weapons under its wing. To do what?
We told the Americans, take your eye in the sky and take a good look at the airplane that's on that runway.
Take your eye on the sky and look what is coming your way with some interesting weapons under its wing. Now understand, this is a traitor to America. He used to work for the CIA, and he is very proud about this. Israel told the United States, we have a plane that is about to take off with some interesting weapons under its wing.
And the next day, the airlift started. So the guy that I was talking to.
And the next day, we start getting our weapons again.
Airlift?
To Israel. The arms air.
So in other words, we threatened their...
We threatened to use unconventional weapons. I'll leave it at that.
We threatened to use unconventional weapons. I'll leave it at that. But this man is running to be the prime minister of Israel right now. You know, our greatest ally. Let's continue.
Threatened to use nukes. By the way, Biden threatened the Israelis. Are you kidding me? Well, what did Biden threaten the Israelis with? Oh, we're going to withhold.
Not Biden, Biden. Meaning Obama and Biden. He doesn't even have the respect to say Obama's name. But he let this motherfucker out on parole. See, America is sick of this. A lot of Americans are sick of this. Very, very sick of this. We're tired of being beholden to other nations. Israel has universal health care. Israel has free colleges, free college for their students. America is sick of being beholden and having our fortune dwindled on other countries that don't even respect us. We're tired of it. All of this talking about us being some great nation. Have you looked around the United States of America? Have you looked around the infrastructure of the United States of America? What's great about America? Don't put nothing into the fucking country, its people, anything. All of these administrations have been emboldened to just shit in your face after you elect them. Democrats and Republicans. They don't do a fucking thing for their constituents on a large scale. Of course, I'm not talking about all elected officials, but they have made the abnormal normal. And who's benefiting from that? And who's suffering because of that? Let's continue.
Some of the bombs that we've been providing to you because it looks bad that we're providing the bombs that you're dropping on children's heads in Gaza? Is that? Oh, that's deserving of a nuclear threat? That's our ally. That's our ally. So you guys understand why I'm so heated about and passionate about how I think Jonathan Pollard should have rotted and died in prison?
Hold on 1 second. Let me check something out right quick. Let me check something out right here quick. Hold on. I'm coming. Hold on. I'm coming. Let me see. One more thing. I'll be 1 second. Okay. Bad vibes. Bad vibes. Get the fuck out of my chat. Don't come in my chat being disrespectful, you fucking cunt. Do not come in my chat being disrespectful. Bitch, nobody gives a fuck about what you have to say. Bitch, this is my show, bitch. You want to show off and be a bad bitch? Bitch, go start up your own channel and talk the shit that you want to talk. Don't come in my motherfucking chat being disrespectful. I understand that some of these dumb motherfuckers may have came in and blocked the mods, but let me be real clear. If you don't like what's being stated here, you can disagree. Don't fucking come in my chat being disrespectful, because no one is disrespecting you. And if you want to go disrespect for disrespect, you're not going to be able to do it. You're just going to get cussed the fuck out and thrown the fuck out. Probably something that you're accustomed to doing. That's probably why a lot of you come in here, because you're used to being smutted out and treated like trash. This is fucking news. If you don't like it, nobody's have you chained to this motherfucking channel. Hit the like button on your way out, you motherfucking fan ass bitches. And how about this? How about you come under your original screen names? Nobody's making you come here. Nobody gives a fuck about what you have to say. If you want to have a conversation, have a conversation. Nobody saying you got to agree with anything that's being presented here. But the simple fact that you continue to talk shit that is not being presented to you, it shows you're stupid motherfuckers. This is not the stupid motherfucker spot. When you walk in the house and your brother is getting cussed out by your mom, but you can't laugh. Anyway. Oh, no, everyone doesn't agree with TYT, sweetheart. Everyone at all don't agree with TYT. I agree with this story. I like the story that is being presented. I like the information that is being presented. But everyone doesn't agree with everyone on everything at all. So that's not true. I like that story that was presented. It was very informative. I learned something that I did not know. So I thought that I would bring that story to you, because this is why I do news stories, to present you with something that you may not have known. I don't pretend like I know all of these things. That's why I present them to you. That's why I leave the link. Let me make sure I drop the link to this broadcast. Yes, this link is in my description box. If you want to revisit the link, it is in my description box under nukes. Fried chicken is good. Yes, fried chicken is good. It's only good when certain people cook it, but because certain other people, they don't even wash their fried chicken. They just take that chicken out of the pack with all the bacteria sitting on that bacteria-ridden cotton in the pack, and they just throw it in the skillet, and then they put salt and pepper on it once it's frying in the oil and shit. Yeah, fried chicken is good. When people who know how to cook fried chicken, yes, it's good. Mm-hmm. But not when certain other people cook it. It's just disgusting. Tap the phone screen twice or give the live stream a thumbs up. Thank you, very Carrie. Okay, what else do I see here? Okay, let me share my next story that I wanted to share with you. What is it? What is it? What is it? Great example. If you guys are not familiar with the status quo, they are in New York City. If you are unaware, in New York City, they are selling off Palestinian land. Did you know that? Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? They are selling off Palestinian land, and they are also doing the sale at a synagogue. You know, they're trying to put some religious spin on them selling Palestinian land in New York City in a synagogue. You know, the Palestinian land that they genocide a whole block of people that lived in Palestine. Now they're selling the land off. But you're gonna have to have to make sure that you put the body parts in the bin, and someone will come by and pick up the body parts, because you know that Israel is the largest skin bank in the world. So you know, even though the buildings have been plowed down by the Israeli army, you know, we're gonna need that skin. We're gonna need that skin. So on top of them selling the land, the Palestinian land, in a synagogue in New York City, they are a whole lot of Orthodox Jews who came out and was disgusted by this. See, because you cannot paint everybody with the same brush. There was a big uprising of Orthodox Jews who came out, and they were quite disgusted at what was going on. Let's go here. This is Nazism. Let me see what the title of this is again. The title of this is not, that's their title. This is Nazism. Pro-Palestinian Jews goes off near illegal Palestinian land auction. Let's get into this. It's on status quo. This is going to be for sale under the description in my description box. In my description box, this will be under the title "Land for Sale," so you can find it.
This is a criminal event. 2.5 years of genocide in Gaza.
This is not Judaism. This is Nazism.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Oops, my bad. I apologize.
Years of genocide in Gaza.
Corporate media covers up.
We are standing here in Manhattan, New York City, while there is a pro-Israeli event taking place. Guess where? In a synagogue, selling stolen property from Palestinians. This is a criminal event, selling stolen land. They are using the synagogue or misusing the synagogue to put this religious face to it, as they do always, in order to silence the masses. Now, the question is, why in a synagogue? They want people to think and believe that this is a religious concept and this is a religious activity, and don't you dare to oppose it or condemn it. Therefore, after this happened months ago, they pushed for a bill here in New York City to ban these rallies outside of the synagogues because somehow, supposedly, this is anti-Semitic or anti-God.
We are here to end the starvation. This is about humanity. The Samud flotilla, hundreds of doctors and attorneys going to leave their families just to feed the starving people in Gaza. And where are they now? 2 of them.
If you're not aware, there has been another flotilla that tried to go to Gaza to give medicine, food, as you hear. I don't know what legal advice they can get in a outdoor prison that Israel has set up for the Palestinian, but they are willing to go. What happened to them? Of course, they were intercepted. I thought that there has been a peace agreement, but they are not. They don't want you to see what they're doing in Palestine. So they intercepted the flotilla, of course, and let's see.
Are in Israeli jails and have been tortured. This starving people in Gaza. And where are they now? 2 of them are in Israeli jails and have been tortured. This is not humanity. This is not Judaism. This is Nazism.
Jewish too?
Of course I'm a Jew. Of course I'm a Jew.
They just
because I
the
was
people on the
raised.
flotilla. They crushed their boats. They tortured them. No trial. That's what Israel does.
We were sitting in City Hall and trying to explain to politicians how misleading all of this is. When this illegal event is taking place, now it's Mayor Mamdani of New York City that released a statement saying that this is possible illegal according to international law. This is what Mamdani said. Now, these illegal activities taking place in the synagogue, this is embarrassing to us as Jews, as always, when these crimes are being done supposedly in our name. Using a synagogue as a religious face to all of this, as if the Jewish religion condones all of this. This is a desecration of God's name. This is ridiculous. We are standing here after 2.5 years of genocide in Gaza. But this is not only Gaza. As time is passing, these crimes, these atrocities are just expanding.
Fuck you! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Get the fuck away from me! Get the fuck away from me!
Please, go. You don't have to stop. Go.
Fuck.
You don't have to stop.
Don't fucking touch my shit! Don't fucking touch my shit! I'm not looking for shit! You guys are fucking out of shit! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Let him go and then you get
You a bitch, yeah. The next one is not gonna be a push. They don't touch me.
Yo, come here.
Don't get it. That's it. Get away from me. That's it. I already told you. Get away. Get away, fucking bitch ass nigga. That's already. He gets in my face. Right there.
What? Hold up. What? What did he call him? A bitch ass nigga? Let's see. Black people, we really need to get on code. This motherfucker is trying to defend another race of people and calling the person like it's okay to call somebody a bitch ass nigga. And he's not even, this is a Jewish man. I'm insulted.
I already told you. Get away.
Insult him with a derogatory term for him. Don't bring us into it.
Get over, fucking bitch ass nigga. That's already.
He be keeping kissing my face.
In your vision, there is no crimes going on, no rebellion against God. That's nonsense.
Don't talk to him. We take welfare.
This motherfucker got a full body armor on. He's smart. He's smart with this white full body armor.
He dropped welfare.
We gotta get him to admit what is taking place.
Get out. They're trying to feed people, and Israel is starving.
Go back Europe. Go back Europe. Go back Europe. Go back Europe. Where you came from?
Murder.
Let me ask you a question. Do you like America? You're here to support the empire, everyone.
You support baking babies, baking women, raping women to death? Really? Well, why don't you guys stay home? Stop hating on Jews. Stop hating on Jews, and then I'll stay home. You want Jews what, to hide again? We're not hiding. We're not hiding. Too bad. Why am I here to stand for my people? I'm not hiding. This ain't Germany 38.
All Jews. All Jews. We are pro-Jewish. And we are anti-Zionist. And we are pro-Jewish.
This ain't Germany in 1938. No, we have flipped the script, and we are Germany of 1938. That's what you did. You didn't think it was okay when it was done to you. Now you want to say, "Oh, this isn't Germany in 1938," but you're acting like the Germans in 1938. That is the most ironic part of all of this bullshit. The audacity. The audacity. Let's continue. Had to delete that comment right quick. I don't give a fuck of what has been happening since 1517. It's 2026. Do you want to talk about what is being presented to you on today? Huh? On today? Who is in the chat writing something about what has been happening since 1517? How you know? Were you there?
This is not in favor of anyone. This is a true catastrophe for Palestine, for so many additional countries, and a catastrophe for the Jewish people. As one of the signs we are saying, labeling people as anti-Semitic cannot justify occupation and brutality. This cannot be, you cannot cover up these crimes by any of these ridiculous claims and misleading people. On the contrary, when you are misusing the accusation of anti-Semitism, you are conflating anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism. You are making a statement. You are conflating Judaism and Zionism, which says, God forbid, that all Jews are behind all these crimes and all Jews are accountable for all these crimes. This is anti-Semitic. If right-minded people are concerned about anti-Semitism or racism against any people, and they should stand up against the movement of Zionism, which is the greatest exacerbation of anti-Semitism today, in addition to all crimes committed to so many other people. This is ridiculous. This is wrong. This is embarrassing. This is a desecration of God's name. This is dangerous and a catastrophe for everyone involved. Because at the end of the day, we are witnessing an endless cycle of bloodshed.
Okay, if you are unaware, this is what.
And now that there's a hot war in the Middle East.
That is what is going on in New York City. That link is in my description box. Go over there and check out Status Quo because they do a great work. And if you did not know, the Epstein alleged.
If you've read the Epstein files.
The alleged Epstein. I'm gonna take my own life note has been dropped. Did you guys know that they have released the Epstein note, the alleged note, from the jail that they had him in jail with a police officer who had taken the lives of 4 people, and mysteriously there was an incident where the cops had to come in and figure out why Jeffrey Epstein was unconscious, and the police officer, who was a big old body building type of police officer who allegedly had mob ties, was like, I don't know what happened to him. I don't know why he's unconscious. And then they took him out of Epstein's room. Why are these people sharing cells? I guess he was a high-profile prisoner as well, but he didn't know. But mysteriously, this same, I don't know what happened to him. I don't know why I don't know why he's unconscious. Who has been convicted of those four charges of taking lives. This former NYPD cop. They have found this. This letter that is worded unlike any other of the emails and any other type of I don't even think I saw Jeffrey Epstein use capital letters where capital letters were at the beginning of the sentences, or a name where he was supposed to use capital letters in his emails, but he's using capital letters here, and some of them he's using all capital letters. So they say that the formal cop showed them where to find this letter, and it was in some sexually dirty book, and it was tucked away there. So the crooked cop led them to the note. So they have been holding on to this since the night that he lost his life. But don't forget, Attorney General Barr, I think it was his office. Yeah, that DOJ had written up the announcement that Jeffrey Epstein had taken his own life the night before Jeffrey Epstein had even taken his own life. So there's that. So, do with this as you may. This will be in my description box under. Read all about it. Let's get into this.
Closely, he does not write emails like this. He does not talk in all caps. Frankly, he does not talk like a preteen. Covering what the corporate media covers up. Hey, it's Jordan with Status Coup. Breaking news. Jeffrey Epstein's purported suicide note has been released by a federal judge. And if you've read his emails closely, it does not strike me as similarly sounding to the way he talked in those emails. This is from the New York Times. Let me read what is said in the note, allegedly by him. Again, this note was reportedly sitting in a Manhattan jail in the FBI's possession for years, and a judge just demanded its release. A federal judge released the note, which Jeffrey Epstein's former cellmate said he found in a graphic novel. The New York Times has not authenticated that Epstein wrote it. A federal judge has released a suicide note purportedly written by Jeffrey Epstein that was sealed for years as part of the criminal case of his cellmate. By the way, the cellmate who was convicted for murdering several people. So we're taking his word that he found a purported suicide note in a graphic novel. Quote, this is purportedly what Epstein wrote in his quote unquote suicide note. They investigated me for a month, found nothing, all caps. The note begins adding that the results was charges going back many years. Quote, it is a treat to be able to choose one's time to say goodbye, the note continued. What you want me to do? Bust out crying? Exclamation point. All caps, no fun, it concludes with those words underlined. All caps, not worth it. Mr. Epstein's cellmate, Nicholas Tartaglione, said he discovered the note in July 2019 after Mr. Epstein was found unresponsive with a strip of cloth wrapped around his neck. Mr. Epstein survived that incident, but he was found dead weeks later. So to be clear, this note that was released that they're claiming Epstein wrote is not the note, the supposed suicide note that they, for the actual instance they found him dead. This was a few weeks earlier when they claim he tried to kill himself, even though Epstein files have shown he told his lawyers that his cellmate tried to kill him. Hard to follow, I know. Sounds like a movie or something. But at the end of the day, I mean, objectively speaking, take off your conspiracy hat, or if you strongly think he killed himself or you think he was murdered, if you've read the Epstein files closely, he does not write emails like this. He does not talk in all caps. He does not talk with uber exclamation points everywhere. Frankly, he does not talk like a preteen, because that's what that supposed suicide note reads like, almost like a boisterous, immature, braggadocious teenager. And just the timing wise, when they claim that he would have written this note in July of 2019, weeks before he was actually found dead, he was looking forward, according to his conversations with lawyers and the prison psychologist, he was looking forward to bail hearings and the potential of getting out on bail. So makes you wonder, how could somebody looking forward to his bail hearings, hopeful that he might be released, be writing, oh, well, you know, it's a gift to get to decide when you could go, and, you know, screw it. It just doesn't make sense. Not to mention all the other things that we have repeatedly reported to you, including one of the world's most renowned forensic pathologists has repeatedly said, I don't think he killed himself. I observed the autopsy and it was indicative of homicidal strangulation, not suicide. That was Dr. Michael Baden, who, again, HBO had a show with him called Autopsy. He has done, I mean, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of autopsies. Used to be the forensic pathologist for New York City, chief medical examiner, excuse me. If you've never seen this, let me show you. This is what he said months after, actually shortly after Epstein's death in 2019, that he thought it was homicidal strangulation, not suicide.
Are you saying you don't think it was suicide?
I think that the evidence points toward homicide rather than suicide.
Why?
Because there are multiple 3 fractures in the hyoid bone, the thyroid cartilage, that are very unusual for suicide and more indicative of strangulation, homicidal strangulation.
Let's take a look at what the medical examiner stated. After careful review of all the investigative information, including complete autopsy findings, the determination on the death of Epstein is below. Cause, hanging, manner, suicide. You say that his fatal injuries are consistent with homicide?
More consistent with homicide. And in fact, at the time of the autopsy, the doctor doing the autopsy didn't think there was enough information to say.
Oh, you Trumpsters, you should believe this. It's on Fox News. Obviously, this is the truth. It's on Fox News.
Suicide, so she put it pending further study. And then for some reason, and they want to know, the family wants to know, why was it changed from pending further study to homicide afterwards?
So if you're there watching them perform this autopsy, you notice these 3 broken bones and you believe it would be homicide. So that would mean another person would have gone into his cell, strangled him. Did he have any signs of trying to fight back?
Well, they took fingernail clippings to see if there's anybody else's DNA on it, and that hasn't been released. Neither has the information about whose DNA is on the ligature. A ligature was made out of torn strips of orange sheets, and whoever made it had to have a lot of DNA on it, and the brother's been asking that from day one.
By the way, as I reported weeks ago, it was recently released through the Epstein files. The New York City chief medical examiner, when she spoke with the FBI, she said, no, I didn't take DNA samples of the supposed ligature he hung himself with, the noose. I just handed it over to the FBI. I don't know if they did. 6 years later, we still don't know if DNA was taken on the supposed noose. He hung himself. Kind of important to know if DNA was taken to see was there other people's DNA on the supposed noose. You'd kind of want to know that to rule out homicide. Still don't know. Also, a former inmate, former mafia member, but a former inmate in this prison, he vowed and has emphatically said, yeah, I've been in that same cell. There is no way, logistically, no way that anybody could hang himself in that cell. Let me play that for you.
You know, I spent 7 months on that tier and in those cells. And the first thing I have to say, there's no way you are able to commit suicide. There's just no way. There's no way to hang yourself. There's nothing from the ceiling. There's nothing from the bed. You'd have to be a midget and work really hard to try to hang yourself. And I don't think you can accomplish it at that point. You know, as far as the cameras being off, I haven't experienced that. I did 8 years in prison, and I haven't experienced cameras being broken in the perfect storm of correctional officers not walking those cells. They walk in and they look in on you all the time. As a matter of fact, you know, sometimes it's embarrassing to go to the toilet because they're walking past you and looking in the cell constantly.
So that's a former mob member who spent many years in that same prison, spent time in the same cell, says no way logistically to hang yourself. And then we have, this is from Julie Brown, the Pope of Epstein reporting. She just won a Pulitzer, by the way, which she deserves. But she reported this recently. Prison guards discussed Epstein death cover-up. An inmate told the FBI. Notes from an FBI interview indicate the prison guards discussed, quote, cover-up. An FBI 302 interview with an inmate in the Metropolitan Correctional Center where Epstein was found dead on August 10, 2019, told agents that he overheard a prison guard and others talking about covering up Epstein's death. The inmate, in an FBI interview on August 28th, 2 weeks after Epstein's death, claimed that he and other inmates heard the commotion after Epstein's body was found in his cell. Breathe, breathe, he recalled officers shouting at 6:30 a.m. Then he said he heard an officer saying, quote, dude, you killed that dude. A female guard then replied, quote, if he is dead, we're going to cover it up and he's going to have an alibi. My officers, the FBI note said. The inmate claimed that the whole tier overheard the exchange. Later, after learning Epstein had died, he said inmates said, quote, Miss Noel killed Jeffrey. And that's in reference to Tova Noel. I'll let you, the audience, decide. But based on my many years of journalism experience and my brain cells, I would not put a lot of stock in this supposed suicide note. I'd have a lot.
I believe Dr. Bodden. I go with Dr. Bodden, the chief medical medical pathologist. I'm gonna go with him. I used to love that show, Autopsy on HBO. Now let's get into Howard Lutnic. This link is in my description box. This is this will be in my description box.
Bitcoin, I just see
under Lutnic lies. So you guys saw me show you what was said about Howard Lutnic in all the ways that he lied. First of all, we saw his budget oversight, and they tried to ask him Epstein questions. Oh, I put aside time in about 2 weeks. I'm going to answer every question. And then you find out. And when there was no footage. So it's like, wait a minute. There's no footage of the questioning. Maybe they didn't. Yes, there was no footage of the questioning because he stipulated that there could not be any footage of him being questioned. And he also stipulated that he also stipulated that regardless of how it seemed when he said he would answer all of the questions when he was on camera, he would not be sworn in because he thinks that if he's not sworn in, that if he is caught in a lie, that he cannot be prosecuted for lying to Congress. However, he still can be prosecuted for lying to Congress because all of this whole question and answering thing, they had a court reporter there taking down all the questions and the answer. And they said Howard Lutnick was a shitty, sweaty mess. So let's get into this. This was to be under Lutkit lies in my description box.
Seems like a scam. I was surprised. With us, it was at 6,000 and much lower. I don't like it because it's another currency competing against the dollar. Essentially, it's a currency competing against the dollar. I want the dollar to be the currency of the world. That's what I've always said.
Donald Trump has had quite the turnaround when it comes to his opinion on crypto, due in no small part to his partner in crime, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick.
The future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in the USA, not driven overseas. I will support the right to self-custody to the nation's 50 million crypto holders. I say this with your vote. I will keep Elizabeth Warren and her goons away from your Bitcoin. And I will never allow the creation of a central bank digital currency.
The Department of Commerce is going to start issuing its statistics on the blockchain because you are the crypto president, and we are going to put out GDP on the blockchain so people can use the blockchain for data distribution, and then we're going to make that available to the entire government so all of you can do it. We're just ironing out all the details so we can do it.
And inequality as a fundamental worry, I just don't think inequality is going to be the thing that we should worry about.
That guy is Howard Lutnick. You might remember him from season 7, episode 13 of Celebrity Apprentice.
All right, that's the game we're playing. I'll take a bid for $100,000 in the front row.
Lutnick has come a long way from bidding $100,000 for a tea date with the Duchess of York. After donating $10 million of his own money and raising over $75 million for Trump, he was just tapped to be Commerce Secretary. And he's also been rewarded with his real cup of tea, leading the team in charge of staffing Trump's government. As CEO of Wall Street behemoth Cantor Fitzgerald, Howard Lutnick oversees a global investment bank with clients involved in nearly every aspect of the U.S. economy, including Bitcoin.
Does Cantor Fitzgerald own Bitcoin? A shed load of Bitcoin.
One of Cantor's most notable clients is the cryptocurrency Tether, which has made headlines for accusations of money laundering, funding terrorist organizations, and violating sanctions. Officials at the Treasury Department have spent months investigating Tether for alleged crimes, including facilitating transactions for Mexican drug cartels and allowing terrorist groups to store and move funds. But that doesn't seem to deter Lutnick from championing it.
And I'm a big fan of the stablecoin called Tether. I hold their treasuries, right? So I keep their treasuries.
And his staffing decisions could heavily impact what happens for Tether under a Trump administration. In transition,
he's of the Department of what? Commerce.
Meetings with lawmakers on Capitol Hill, Lutnick has reportedly brought up the issue of Tether regulation, raising alarm bells that Trump's right-hand man is mixing his work for Trump with personal business interests. And it's not just Tether that's a cause for concern. Lutnick launched a $2 billion crypto financing business that also stands to benefit from a regulatory government that will let the world of crypto run wild.
Last year, a crypto organization crypto company estimated that 100.
1 second. Larry Joe, hit the like button. Obviously, you love us. Hit the like button. I wish there was a love button. Oh, there is. A Cash App, $ RonyiQ. Thanks for being here. Make sure you hit the like button while you're here, Larry.
$154 billion of illicit activity was financed via cryptocurrency. 154 billion last year, and that was a crypto company that made the estimate.
Here's what's crazy about that. So Donald Trump is literally shilling for the product that allows our enemies to avoid our sanctions. Is that what this ultimately?
Yes.
Wild.
It's wild. And to give you an example of how deep the corruption goes, the biggest stablecoin company by far is this company Tether. And Tether, their broker is Cantor Fitzgerald, and Howard Lutnick was the commerce. Yes, that's how. I mean, guys, we're talking about
through Tether.
Yes.
And who knows what's actually going on, because you said it's synonymous. But is it possible that through Tether, Russian oligarchs are moving oil to, let's make it worse, moving Iranian oil to China in exchange for drones and weapons?
Well, it's not possible. It happened. It does happen. I mean, if you can read stories about this.
And Howard Lutnick profits from that.
Or his kids, technically, because he's technically not but I mean, come on, what are we talking about? Yeah.
Holy.
Oh, yeah. And then, I mean, can we talk about Jeffrey Epstein for a second?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't think you're allowed to. Yeah. Was he an early crypto?
Can we talk about the tariffs also that his sons are profiting off of now that it has been ruled that the tariffs must be paid back? They went to companies that actually paid tariffs and for their businesses, and they undercut them and said, "Hey, you owe X amount in tariffs. I'm gonna give you this money. You pay 10. You paid $5 million in tariffs. I'll give you $500,000. Hey, I'll take that debt off of you, $500,000." Now it's been deemed that the tariffs were illegal. So who get the other $4.5 million now that they have to be paid back? Not the company that fucked around with Howard Lutnick's sons. No, Howard Lutnick's sons and Cantor Fitzgerald will be receiving that $4,500,000. You know, Howard Lutnick, who was standing up there grinning like these tariffs were a good thing. So what? Do you know why he was supporting tariffs? Let's talk about Epstein, though.
Is that what that was?
Yes.
So his sex trafficking was enabled by that same system.
One can assume. I mean, we don't have evidence of it because, again, pseudonymity of the ledger, and who knows? But what we do
redactions.
But here's what we know. We know in the emails that Epstein was funding something called Bitcoin Core Development, which is the group of programmers, software engineers who maintain Bitcoin's operating system. Yes, there are people behind this supposedly, completely computerized future. So he was funding that through the MIT Media Lab. You remember the MIT Media Lab? There was a blow up some years ago, a big article in the New Yorker. It's like this offshoot of MIT. This guy, Joy Ito, was running, and they had relationships with a lot of very wealthy people, including Bill Gates, and funding various projects. So Epstein was basically keeping the Bitcoin system alive in 2015 at a point when it was kind of languishing. Silk Road had been shut down. There was a lot of fighting. And why would Jeffrey Epstein like crypto? Well, if your main businesses are blackmail and money laundering,
we have buried the lead here, Ben.
I saw about an hour ago, Donald Trump in a press conference said that Howard Lutnick is, quote, a very innocent guy. Donald Trump has asserted many times that he knew nothing of Epstein's crimes. If he doesn't know anything about Epstein's crimes, how can he know for sure that Howard Lutnick is, quote, a very innocent guy? We have questions for him.
The visit you and your family took to Epstein's private island in 2012, and I think you also said you went on his yacht. Is that right? Or boat? No. Okay.
I didn't say that.
At that time, I think you mentioned that you were accompanied by your wife and kids and nannies. My question is, do you know whether the nanny that you had on that trip was the same nanny that Jeffrey Epstein expressed interest in meeting?
No, I have no idea about that whole thing. I mean, I don't recall it having anything to do with me, and I don't know that.
It's just, this guy was a convicted sex offender, and obviously not a great place for kids and nannies. Was Ghislaine Maxwell on the island at that time?
No.
It's pretty tough to keep up with the absolutely unimaginable amount of grifting and corruption in this administration. Howard Lutnick is operating in an environment where greed is good and crime is legal, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't follow the money and investigate what's going on, if for no other reason than for the hope that one day he'll actually face some sort of punishment. It's so important that this doesn't just become our new normal. These people shouldn't be allowed to go outside without being reminded that soon enough, their day will come. If you enjoyed that, then make sure that you never miss another video by subscribing.
Lawyers and plaintiffs' lawyers. I like them. I can be prosecuted.
I made pre-alcohol my first drink of the night. I legit off site-wide. Make sure you enter our show name after checkout.
After 2005, he meant just himself. In 2000, supposed to tell us what he knew.
Missouri, Ohio, Florida, just to name a few. The thing to do is wait until we have more information, but I think that I would be a fool not to point out that I don't think it's a coincidence that Louise Lucas is now in the FBI's crosshairs just 2 weeks after she dared fight back against Republicans' redistricting overreach. Another shock move by Trump's FBI, where the latest victim of this weaponized government is State Senator Louise Lucas in Virginia, whose office was just raided in Portsmouth, Virginia, along with a cannabis business that Louise is affiliated with next door. Now, important to note that this comes just days after Virginia was successful in passing a 10-to-1 map, where she was one of the leaders of that effort. The Virginia redraw will be an important step in fighting back against the entitlement that Trump felt to more House seats in red states like Texas, North Carolina, Missouri, Ohio, Florida, just to name a few. Now, the DOJ isn't offering any information right now, and we don't have any information about any charges that have been filed, if any. Normally, in a situation like this, the responsible thing to do is wait until we have more information, but I think that I would be a fool not to point out that I don't think it's a coincidence that Louise Lucas is now in the FBI's crosshairs just 2 weeks after she dared fight back against Republicans' redistricting overreach, especially considering weaponizing this Justice Department against its political opponents has become the hallmark of the Trump administration. We've seen it done against James Comey, Letitia James, Adam Schiff, Jerome Powell, Tim Walz, Jacob Fry. The list goes on and on and on. But this is what this administration does. It takes action against anyone who dares fight back against this White House. So Trump can apparently say that he's entitled to 5 seats in Texas, but as soon as Democrats fight fire with fire and seek 4 seats in Virginia, they sic the FBI on them. It is so obvious and so common that even Obama brought it up in his latest interview with Stephen Colbert. And look, I could sit here and condemn the hypocrisy of the party that just last Congress convened a weaponization of government subcommittee because they claim to hate weaponized government just that much. I could condemn Trump's actions without the hypocrisy of their past comments. I could complain about the fact that they want to abuse their positions to the ends of the earth and only complain when Democrats dare punch back. But I'm going to spare you all of that because you get it. At this point, I actually think that our time is better spent talking about the solution if and when we're in a position to solve this with full control of government, something that I will fight for with every breath that I have in my body. So I'm going to read an excerpt from my new book, which is titled The Day After. What does reform look like the day after Trump? Cleaning up our politics after years of lawlessness and corruption must start with law enforcement. You don't need a law degree to understand the scandal around the dropping of corruption charges against New York City Mayor Eric Adams, Trump's desire for loyalty, for government officials to follow his orders blindly, including those on his immigration raids in New York, for instance, is itself a corrupting influence on public service. That's why the interim U.S. attorney and several other public integrity lawyers quit their jobs because of the Adams case. Corrupt officials hate the rule of law because it cramps their corruption. Restoring the rule of law starts with accountability for the corrupt officials who have perverted public service into a private profit machine. Inside the new Justice Department, there will need to be a special unit of prosecutors and investigators tasked with pursuing corruption cases throughout the Trump years, not just to deliver justice to criminals, but to deter future corruption in later administrations. There were hundreds of prosecutors involved in the cases surrounding the January 6th insurrection. The corruption prosecutions for crimes committed during the second Trump term will surely involve similar numbers of prosecutors. However, they must move with more speed and determination than the Biden Justice Department. Merrick Garland put optics above justice. The opposite approach must be taken by the next Democratic Attorney General. Now, if you'd like to support my work, please consider pre-ordering my book The Day After. I'm going to put a link on this screen and in the post description and in the comments. As you know, I never paywall a single piece of my content, and I never will, but this is the one time that I'll ask for some support. I really appreciate it. So look, I say this now because there will come a your mattress right to your door with free shipping in the U.S. There's the 100 exclusive for listeners of No Lie.
When it came out that people knew about Epstein.
Can you explain a hearing today, a private hearing today with Howard Lutnick, who's in Trump's administration? Can you explain what the point of that hearing was, first and foremost, and anything remarkable that came out of it?
Well, there turned out to be no point to it because Howard Lutnick basically lied throughout the deposition. No one who has come before our committee, in my view, has lied more. He was supposed to be forthcoming. He was supposed to tell us what he knew about Epstein. He was supposed to explain why he had told the American people that he never met Epstein when it came out that he had taken his family to the island in 2012. And the reality is he basically lied. He said that when he told the American people that he would never meet Epstein after 2005, he meant just himself. He wasn't talking about going and meeting him with his family. I mean, can you imagine that he thought it was too disgusting to meet him himself, but he was fine to have his wife and kids that go with him. And then what was most shocking is I asked him, well, you said that Epstein was blackmailing people. You said that he was recording massages. And he says, I was just speculating. I said, okay, what did you base that speculation on? No, I was just speculating on a podcast. And then he says, now I don't believe it anymore. I say, why? Because he said, I now have consulted the Trump administration and I don't believe it anymore. I don't think he engaged in blackmailing. So it was a cover up. It was a lies. Donald Trump would fire him on the spot if he saw that video.
Should Howard Lutnick resign from his position?
Yes. The fact that he's not resigning is such an indictment of our nation. Here you've had the former Prince Andrew be prosecuted. You have Lord Mendelsohn in Britain be prosecuted. It's literally bringing down Norwegian royalty. You have business leaders in France being prosecuted. And here you have a sitting cabinet member who's lied about his involvement with Epstein, who is lying about whether Epstein blackmailed or not in his contact with Epstein, who is basically, if you saw the interview, if it was videotaped, you could tell he was sweating, he was mumbling, he was nervous. And he's still in the cabinet. It says that we're taking no accountability for what I call the Epstein class. People were caught up with this person and excused his behavior. I'm not saying that Howard Lutnick was involved in any way in raping or abusing young girls. I don't believe that based on the evidence. But I do believe that he knew much more about what Epstein was doing and he's covering up.
Was that hearing under oath? I'm assuming the answer to that is no. And if not, is there a situation where he could be called back to testify, given that you think he was lying during this afternoon's hearing, and actually get him under oath so that there are some consequences if he decides to lie again?
Well, there are consequences. It was a transcribed interview, not under oath, but lying to Congress is a crime, even under a transcribed interview. So a future administration could certainly look to whether he perjured himself. And he's put it out there where more things come out. It very well could be evidence of perjury. We should call him again to testify to the American people because his answers are so unbelievable. Look, if he had come out and he said, I said that I never met Epstein after 2005. I was wrong. We did have this trip. I was embarrassed to disclose it. That's the truth. I didn't want to subject my family to that disclosure, and I regret it. I should have been more transparent. I would have honestly come out and said, okay, he was introspective. He understood he messed up. But for him to be lying so blatantly, saying, no, I didn't mean that my family couldn't meet Epstein. I was just talking about myself being in a room. For him to be saying that, no, I didn't mean that Epstein was blackmailing people, that Epstein was video recording people. It's just a cover up. And this is what infuriates folks. People who are powerful covering up for other rich and powerful men. And the victims, the survivors are the ones who are treated as dispensable. Two tiers of justice in America.
Can you talk about the difference here between why Howard Lutnick was given a closed door deposition versus a public hearing?
Yes, the Republicans are in power. They want to embarrass the Clintons, and they don't want to embarrass Howard Lutnick. This is not some law school class or any rational reason why one person was treated differently. This was the Republican majority protecting the president's cabinet member. There is absolutely zero reason this should not have been videotaped. And now I'm sure Comer thinks that was a great decision because I guarantee you, Brian, you weren't in the room, but you can ask any others who were. If the American people had seen that interview, Lutnick would have been done. By the end of today, he would have been done.
Would you be willing to commit to, if Democrats are able to retake the House in midterms this year, that not just Howard Lutnick, but any of these other folks who were involved with Epstein in any way could be called to testify publicly?
Yes, because this is a personal cause for me. I get texts from survivors every other day. This has become so personal to me to see these women go through what they have for decades, to see them treated as totally dispensable, and then to see powerful men lying, having no remorse, no introspection. I'm not going to let that stand. And I know some people say, move on, just talk about Iran.
I've been talking all this time. Let me go to the next video. I've been talking all this time. All this is happening under James Comer. I apologize. Sometimes it puts me on mute when I play videos. Sometimes it doesn't. James Comer. James Comer is helping cover up these Epstein's files. You heard them mention you heard Rokana mention that they want to embarrass Hillary. Understand that Hillary and Bill Clinton had to testify before this same committee under oath. James Comer wanted to hold them in contempt of court because they had some agreements that they wanted to agree to. I think one of the agreements were that they would actually have cameras in the court in the hearing room when they were testifying. But James Comer did not want it to be shown live on TV. Now, opposite of the Clintons wanting it to be showed live on TV, Howard Lutnick, who is now Hillary Clinton was the former first lady. She was the over the State Department. These people have a higher standing in government than the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick. But James Comer was unyielding to honor any of their requests for it to be filmed live because she wanted the public to see it. She didn't want it to be manipulated or anything. She didn't want certain things cut out. She wanted you, the public, to see it live since they want to ask me these questions. But James Comer, since she decided that she wanted to see it live, James Comer resists that at every front. We are well aware that she testified under oath, but James Comer takes Howard Lutnick and he hides him in the back room at his own request. Okay, you don't want to be on camera. Okay, you don't want to raise your hand and take the oath to be truthful. Okay, I'll work that out for you. What do you think is going to happen when Pam Bimbo comes in? You think Pam Bimbo is going to get the same treatment she's supposed to testify? She's already had missed one subpoena date where she was supposed to answer questions in front of this committee. But now Comer is guaranteed, yeah, she's going to show up this time. She's going to show up this time. So what, under what agreements have been made for Pam Bimbo to actually show up this time? Will she get the same deal? I don't want to be on camera, and I'm not going to swear in. It doesn't matter if you swear in or not. If you lie to Congress, you lie to Congress. And if it has been found that you have lied to Congress, it's the same penalty because they will have a court reporter there. So lying to Congress is lying to Congress. We just won't get to see you sweat. We want to see you sweat. I apologize for being on mute all that time. Let's let me show you. There is something else I want to show you. I think I am going to go right here. Where am I going to go? I apologize. Where am I going? I'm going. Okay, let me share this with you. I got lost in my own sauce. Let's go to Louisiana. Y'all want to go? Y'all want to go to New Orleans with me? Let's go to New Orleans. Let me share this with you. You know that the governor of Louisiana has suspended votes, the election, not votes, the election. And now he is also, this is something that's real fucked up that he did. There was a guy who served 30-something years in prison. An innocent guy, and he was sentence was commuted and he got out of jail. He fought his case in prison in Louisiana for those 30 some years. And one of the problems that he would have whenever he would send for requests from the state clerk, they had a state clerk that wasn't doing her job well, and it would take forever to get paperwork back from the state clerk. I guess she was like, unserious about her job. So when he got out of jail and he was exonerated, he ran for this position. It was something like they had the state clerk and the federal clerk doing the same job, and then the job came up just for the state clerk. He ran for that position unopposed, and he won that position. He was supposed to start his job on May 4th or May 5th of 2026. Since Landry suspended the election, he also totally wiped out this man's seat that he had won in an election. Uncontested seat. This black man who had served 30-something years in prison when he was innocent, and decided that he was going to make the state clerk's office more responsible, more attentive to the needs of people that needed information there. He also helped a lot of people in prison file paperwork, get their paperwork, and fight their cases while he was in prison those 30-something years. But you know what Landry decided to do? He said, no, I'm just going to take this whole job position away. And a lot of people was like, well, that's crazy. He's already won this seat. Why would you do that? And you will let him at least serve his first 4 years. He won the election. And they said, no, it wouldn't be fair to let him, work the first 4 years, and then the seat is not available for him to run for again. So we just gonna take the seat that he won away from him and say that it's not fair because after 4 years this job will be gone. So let's just take the job after he won it. A black man, of course. So let's go back to Louisiana and see what Louisiana is trying to do in response to their governor and all the shenanigans. The governor ended the election, had an emergency bullshit to redraw their maps after the Supreme Court said, hey, yeah, y'all can block out all black voting districts. So he postponed the election, and now Louisiana are trying to put towards efforts to recall the Governor Landry of Louisiana. Did you know that? I'm going to put this in my description box under recall.
Petition to recall their Governor Jeff Landry, after he decided to suspend the ongoing primary elections for the federal House of Representatives in an effort to gerrymander the state and eliminate potentially up to 2 black majority districts. Tonight, Louisiana residents have launched this recall effort, which it's going to be daunting to get it on the ballot. They need about 500,000 signatures, 500,883 to be exact. It's about 20% of the active electors under Louisiana law that would require such a petition to get on the ballot. But the reason why they want to recall Landry, according to local KATC3, is because, quote, there is a pattern of actions and statements that undermine fair representation, misalign priorities away from community needs, and emphasize punishment over meaningful solutions and address the root causes affecting Louisiana communities. Let me know what you think, especially if you live in Louisiana. As always, spread the word and follow along, stay up to date on all the news.
Why is this important? If this man is willing to stop elections that are already in progress at the drop of the dime on some fake fictitious reason, that not ought to just alarm black voters. That should also alarm all voters that live in Louisiana. So when you just think that it's a black thing, this man don't care. He thinks that he has the power to halt voting. That should disturb everyone who cares about their right to a fair, free elections, that all of you Trumpers act as if Donald Trump didn't get in 2020. Are you concerned about that? Well, let's stay in Louisiana. How about let's stay in Louisiana? Let's see what else is going on in the great state of Louisiana. They have racism that they're concentrating on, and they are trying to perfect. But what else is going on in Louisiana? They are stopping your vote at a whim. Let's get back to Louisiana, shall we? I want to. Here we go. Let me share this screen with you. That's not the one I want. Where is the one I want? Hold on. 1 second. Let's get into this. Because there's a couple of things that you may need to know about your vote and what these Republicans would do to disenfranchise you. And if you think just because you are white, you're not a billionaire. You don't matter either. Let's continue. Okay. Gary Chambers. Who remember Gary Chambers? Gary Chambers drops a nuke on Republicans erasing black votes. No better place to drop a nuke.
Is undeniable. In this particular case, they're stealing a seat from someone that was. The truth that flows from Gary Chambers is undeniable. In this particular case, they're stealing a seat from someone that was just elected.
You've got a vote to make in order to do what you feel you need to do for the governor and your politics. But your state ranks number 50 in the nation because you continue to do these things. We rank number 50 in the economy.
Now look at this one up here, trying to affect some type of emotional reaction, chewing this gum, shaking his head no, and trying to intimidate this man. Gary Chambers ran for a congressional seat, I think in 2020. He almost won. He didn't win, which means he's lost. So I want you to pay attention to what he's saying and the effect that all of these policies and these votes have gotten Louisiana and their constituents. And I want you to look at the peering and the feigned something that's supposed to intimidate this man. Let's continue.
Economy. Number 50 in crime. You can check what you feel you need to do for the governor and your politics. But your state ranks number 50 in the nation because you continue to do these things. We rank number 50 in the economy, number 50 in crime. You can shake your head, Representative. Number 46 in education, number 44 in healthcare, number 48 in infrastructure, number 49 in natural environment. But you got time to take away clerks of court seats. Your priorities are jacked up, and your state continues to lose as a result. But you're proud. You're proud Republicans, proud conservatives. You're Reconstructionist. You're Reconstructionist, and it's racist. And every one of your votes reflect your moral character and the lack thereof. Now, I go to church just like you all. I don't know if we read the same Bible. Do good, seek justice, help the widow, the orphan, the oppressed, and the poor. Isaiah 1:17.
Every fake Christian in the room was shaking their head, including the racist that was sitting there looking at him like he wanted to kill him. Because Gary Chambers is more evolved than that guy. He's smarter than that guy. And he called out the loserdom of Louisiana and how they continue to suck. But as long as they suppress people's rights and eliminate black folks from any positions that they were elected to, they're happy. They're stupid and they're happy. Let me tell you guys what it is that Gary Chambers was talking about in case you don't know the details of what it is and the position that they're eliminating. Louisiana Senate on April 29th gave final approval to a bill that would keep Calvin Duncan, a black man who was wrongfully incarcerated for decades, from taking elected office as New Orleans clerk of criminal court. Their Senate bill was 256. It now heads to Governor Landry's desk, that same guy who's looking to eliminate black folks' representation. And the governor has said he plans to sign it into law. And then once he signs it, it will immediately take effect and eliminate this position that Calvin Duncan was just elected to. Republicans backed by Landry are rushing this bill to become law before Duncan, who was elected last year on a platform to reform this office before it officially starts his term on May 4th. As we keep talking about anti-democratic figures, this is what it is that we're talking about. The people of the state of at least of the New Orleans area, they elected this guy, Calvin Duncan. And afterwards, Landry, state reps, and everyone involved stepped in to eliminate their vote. Here's more. Senator Jay Morse, a Monroe Republican, has repeatedly said that the bill is nothing personal against Duncan and that he wasn't even familiar with the story when he filed it. Bullshit. But Morris also said that he thinks it would be better to have Duncan never start the job in the first place rather than letting him serve out his 4-year term and then not be able to run for re-election. Morris previously rejected an amendment to let Duncan serve a single term before eliminating that position. They just say things like I was talking about before, and then they do the opposite. If it's not personal, why aren't you letting the guy run the position that he was elected to run before you eliminate it? And by the way, the reasons that they say they're looking to eliminate it is because they need to consolidate both the civil side of the clerk and the criminal side of the clerk, which, by the way, is unnecessary. It's going to cause more tie-ups, it's going to cause more bureaucracy, and it's not going to be efficient for the way that people need to do their business. But they don't care. What they care about is consolidating power and keeping a black person that was elected from this position. Here's the last slide from this anti-democratic leadership in the state of Louisiana. Look how bad this is. Duncan was elected last November with 68% of the vote, an unexpected landslide against incumbent Lombard. He said while he was in prison, he had a hard time accessing records from the office of the clerk of criminal clerk to get details about his case. Duncan was released from prison in 2011 and officially exonerated in 2021. Dubbed the, quote, jailhouse lawyer, he helped other people in prison with their cases for 23 years. Duncan then earned his law degree from Lewis and Clark Law School in 2023. So from his experience, after being wrongfully incarcerated, let's not forget that part, and then trying to get access to his records, which the person or the position that would help him or give him the access to those records, which he's legally supposed to have access to, he's going to take over that position to continue to make it easier for people to have their rights. And these white folks, these racist legislators in the state of Louisiana said, wait, we have this in place for a reason. We make it hard for people to get their records for a reason. We can't let you actually give people rights. So let's eliminate that position so that you, who would represent more people, isn't there to represent them. I just wanted to break this whole thing down before I let Gary Chambers finish kicking their asses around about how much they suck and how much everyone knows that they suck.
Now, you can strip up the Constitution of this state. You can restructure New Orleans all you want, but you're losing even your own voters. Because last year, you lost every constitutional amendment you sent out the Capitol, every one of them, in your own districts. And you came back down here again, playing Jeff's game. Now he wants to be president. And some of y'all won't even be representatives following along with the governor. If you believe in local representation, like I know most of you truly do, you wouldn't be meddling in this local community. But it's a majority black community. And you don't do this anywhere else in the state, which shows it's racist. I don't need data to show me the history of Louisiana. Every legislature that has ever existed in this state has been under majority white control, and you still haven't found a way to get yourselves out of the bottom 10 ranking. Georgia beats you every year. Why? Because they don't have a problem with black people prospering. The government is a job farm. You all are opening up prisons in rural parishes to create jobs for your constituents and trying to take away Calvin Duncan's job in New Orleans, where he creates jobs for Black constituents. The prosperity of this state continues to decline because you lack the vision to lead us forward. This is a waste of the voters' time, and I know you're going to vote the way you want to vote anyway. But I wanted to look you in your faces and tell you this is weak, self-serving, and cowardice, and you're reconstructionists, and history will remember you.
That's the extent of what Gary Chambers is telling these guys. And they want to make sure that no Gary Chambers or anyone that thinks like him has the opportunity to affect change in this country. It's why we're lacking.
Period. Number 50 in everything. They are so concentrated on Black people. They are so concentrated on trying to make you believe that we need to hold on of the Black man, hold him in his place, all of this shit. Why? Because you're superior. If you're so superior, why is your state 50 in damn near everything in the United States? This is what they're concentrating on. Let's move on. I think I have one more thing in the realm of this type of tomfoolery that I want to share with you. One more thing. Yes. Let's get into Iowa. Is it Iowa? Idaho. You know, let's get into Idaho. Did you hear what Idaho only have to do with themselves? I'm going to let you hear it for yourself. I am not going to help you. Idaho is making a move to bring back Columbus Day. Isn't that great? Christopher Columbus, you know, the one they want to acknowledge that discovered the United States. But hey, you know, we don't want to add another pesky little holiday. I mean, we all have all the dark circles around the holidays that we want to celebrate. We don't want to go and use more into darkening another day for a holiday. So let's remove one of the holidays that we already have on the calendar. You wonder what holiday they're going to remove from the calendar? Of course it's Juneteenth. And listen to the rationale behind this white supremacist who in fact knows that he is not supreme at all. Listen to the bullshit that comes from this insecure white bitch. Let's continue. Let me put up the sound. This is in Post Falls, Idaho. The Idaho mayor pushed a 4-2 city council vote to remove Juneteenth as a city holiday and restore Columbus Day. Let me get my glasses. And restore Columbus Day. His reasoning that Juneteenth is something that nobody had heard of until 5 years ago and was pushed for political purposes. One council member actually suggested keeping both holidays on the calendar. He said maybe we can keep both of them on the calendar and, celebrate one year and the other the next year. That seems easy enough. So what is political? Is it political that Juneteenth was put on the calendar 5 years ago when in fact Juneteenth is to celebrate the fact that many states in this nation did not release their slaves on the time that they were supposed to release their slaves, and they still had their slaves working and slaving for free and until they found out that they were free all across the United States. That's what Juneteenth is celebrating. And trust you me, They're trying to erase that history, the history that some slave owners kept their slaves enslaved for either 1 to 2 years after it was they were emancipated. So he said that nobody knew about Juneteenth until about 5 years ago. And this is political. No, it's political that we are celebrating Juneteenth in the first place. But what was it when slave owners didn't emancipate their slaves when they knew they were supposed to emancipate their slaves? And what is it that now you want to take a holiday that should be celebrated, that should be remembered? Oh, but I forgot. We're in the Trump administration. We have to hide history that make white people uncomfortable about the facts of their lives. They're fucked up in a deviant behavior. So therefore, we can't celebrate Juneteenth because it's going to it's going to show the world what type of deviant, unabashedly ashamed, moralist motherfuckers that the white man in America is. Okay? Or was. Or is. Has been. Is still. However you want to put it. Add whatever phrase you want to put. But we are trying to erase the facts. So let's get into this. Am I sharing it with you? Oh, he said it was a push for political purposes. Well, what is it being pushed for now?
Move to approve the amendment to the personnel policy and holiday schedule.
Second. A motion in multiple seconds. Further discussion?
I do have one comment on it.
Oh, sorry.
Juneteenth celebrates the actual end of slavery in the United States. And the abolition of slavery, I believe, is one of the crowning achievements of Western civilization and certainly worthy of celebration. On the flip side, North America, as we know it, in the United States entirely would not exist if it were not for the expeditions of Christopher Columbus and other European explorers, which are also worth celebrating. So I don't know if you would consider doing an every other year type of thing, but I think both are very relevant to our history and worth celebrating.
I don't want to change the holiday schedule up. I think that's a lot of complexity. My own view is that Juneteenth is something that nobody had heard of until 5 years ago and was pushed for political purposes. And so I'm not in favor of having that in. Removing Juneteenth from the list of city holidays and restoring Columbus Day, which I believe is a more appropriate holiday honoring our American heritage.
I move to approve the amendment to the personnel policy and holiday schedule.
Second. A motion in multiple seconds. Further discussion?
Yeah. And honoring your cultural heritage would be more in line to having Juneteenth. To remind you, your heritage is criminal. Your heritage is taking advantage of people. Your heritage is laziness. Your heritage is taking credit for work that other people have done for you for free. Your heritage is trying to pretend like you're such a patriotic motherfucker. Your heritage is pretending like you are the one who built the United States. Your heritage is a whole lie because it is the black people in the United States that built this country. That's your heritage. You didn't even build your own country, you silly bitch. Let's move forward. That link is in my description box under Juneteenth. I think that's all that I have. I am thoroughly disgusted at all of this overt racism. No, there may be one more. I may have time for one more. Let me see. I may have time for two more. I talked earlier about the infestation of rats in Gaza. This is the ceasefire is over. Everything's all well and good. They're firing on tents. The tents are infested with rats. Rats are biting the children. eating them up. Okay. Let's get into this. If you were unaware of this, I want to make you aware of this. But God forbid, in the United States of America, you say something to support the Palestinian people. Your own country wants to figure out a way to arrest you for being akin to jihad. They're figuring out because if you say something about this, oh my God. I just can't believe where America has gone. They're trying to criminalize you, but they don't want to say anything about this.
Strikes on Gaza while expanding areas under its control and blocking essential aid from entering the besieged territory. And
what she
Israel is
said?
Continuing daily strikes on Gaza while expanding areas under its control and blocking.
Can't be. We under a ceasefire. There's peace over in Gaza. I know she didn't say what is the date of this video? She can't. This must be 2 or 3 years old. What is the date on this video? Oh, 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago. Okay.
Essential aid from entering the besieged territory. An Israeli airstrike on Wednesday killed the son of Khalil al-Hayya, Hamas's chief negotiator, taking part in indirect talks with Israel. His son, Azam, died from injuries from an airstrike in Gaza City. Israel has now killed 4 of Khalil al-Hayya's sons since 2018. In a separate attack on Wednesday, Israel killed 3 Palestinians from the same family. Hamas condemned the violence as a blatant violation of last year's ceasefire agreement. Since the ceasefire went into effect, Israel has killed at least 837 Palestinians.
How many?
Last week, an Israeli drone strike killed a 9-year-old boy, Adel al-Najjar, who was searching for cardboard to use as fuel for cooking. Relatives of the boy decried the Israeli attack.
They were collecting cardboard so we could bake. We don't have gas. We collect cardboard to bake. They want to eat. They want to drink. His father is blind. His father does not come or go. He is completely blind. He cannot see at all. Their father leans on these children. They are the ones who hold him, move him, and bring him.
A little child. He did not damage a tank. He did not make missiles or do anything. He was torn. Isn't it shameful? Isn't it shameful what is happening to us? Isn't it shameful that we buried?
Isn't it shameful? Yes, it's shameful. It is absolutely shameful. But they want to make you a criminal of the state and figure out a way to lock you up in your own country for saying something that is shameful is shameful. They want to lock you up in your own country for saying out loud, this shit is shameful and disgusting.
Our children every day right in front of us. Isn't it shameful? I swear to God, our hearts are breaking for these children.
This all comes as the Israeli military seizes more territory in Gaza beyond what was agreed to in the U.S. brokered ceasefire last October.
What Jared say? Oh, Jared probably had first dibs on, hey, when y'all go in and seize the rest of this property, this is the property that I want up here. You know, it's sitting up on the hill. It has a good view of the ocean. That's mine. What Jared say? What Steve Whitcroft say? And nobody's saying a goddamn thing. That's what they're saying. Nothing. Because this was bullshit. I told you it was bullshit when we were watching it live together. Bullshit.
New maps issued by Israel show 2/3 of Gaza is now effectively under Israeli control. We go now to the Gaza Strip, where we're joined by Eyad Amawi. He's a representative of the Gaza Relief Committee, coordinator for local NGOs based in Gaza. He recently published a report detailing how Gaza is facing a, quote, environmental and biological apocalypse. Eyad, thanks so much for joining us. Why don't you describe what you are talking about is happening on the ground in Gaza?
Firstly, thank you so much, Amy, for hosting me again. Democracy Now, we will get work. Yes, we are not speaking only about a bombardment, something that happened also before 1 hour also they hit another target in Gaza town. We are speaking about systematic transformation of life into something unlivable. What's happening is no longer just bombardment or physical destruction. It is the collapse of every essential condition required for human survival: water, food, health, dignity, shelter, safety, everything. So when we talk about our new report about spreading infectious environment and the transformation, everything's to collapsation, we depend over our field reports found that more than 59% of our people suffer from insufficient drinking water. And more than 55 are uncertain whether the water they consume is safe or no. And also nearly 94% of families report food spoilage. Rodent infestation also, Amy, has become widespread inside shelter due to the environmental collapse. So when we talk about the most alarming findings came from a recent field survey examining the relationship between rodent infestation, water scarcity and displacement concern and inside Gaza. Scientifically, we are now facing what can be described as a compound environmental epidemic crisis. The survey revealed that the overwhelming majority of displaced families are living with severe rodent infestation inside tents and shelters. Food is also contaminated. Shelter are damaged. Water is stored under unsafe conditions also, and rodents have become part of children's daily environment. There is no longer simply sanitation issue. It's evidence of the collapse of the most basic conditions necessary for human life. We talk about continuity for destruction of the environment, and also we and my people sieged just in the shrinked area. The Israeli forces still control more than 60% of Gaza Strip area. You can imagine what's the meaning of pressure over the infrastructure remains in the western part of the Gaza.
Ayad, could you also talk about the role, you point to it repeatedly in the report, the blockade being responsible for many of the horrifying conditions that you describe on the ground in Gaza. Could you tell us about the nature of this blockade, what kind of aid is getting in, and what kind of material is considered, quote, dual use and is therefore banned from entering Gaza?
Yes, it's very important questions. That living inside our environment, it's continuously produce disease. It's a generator for disease. So when we talk about fixing infrastructure, we need basic materials that can help us to rebuilding this. So when they put struggle and restrictions over the materials under the clarification or pretext for W's, they...
This is just, but nobody wants to talk about this. Go over to Democracy Now. We have been following this story. This is just crazy. This is absolutely insane. That they have these people over here. They're not delivering aid to these people because, hey, they want these people to die. But a lot of you people are ignoring it. And a lot of you people are under the impression that to ignore it means that it won't happen to you. See, that's what's wrong with a lot of us. A lot of you Republicans, especially, you didn't care what happened to other people in the United States because you never thought it could happen to you. And when it started to happen to you, and you realize no one is going to come and rescue you, and when you realize that your vote, you voted exactly for what is happening to the United States of America, and then we hear all the cries, I didn't vote for this, I'm sorry, I voted for him 3 times, I never thought, nobody's paying you to think the thought. No one's paying you to think. And no one should have to pay you to think. Nobody should have to pay you to engage in the betterment of your life through your vote. Oh, excuse me. If you want to be ignorant and vote, if you want to just hear part of the headlines and stuff and not divvy into the details, you understand now why it does not benefit you to be an uneducated voter. Do you not understand why it does not benefit you to just go along to get along and go with the flow? Because sooner or later, that flow that you are going along with is going to start to swirl. That flow that you have been going along with is starting to swirl in a circle, and it's starting to be a flushing toilet that is going to take you out like a turd. In the United States, they don't give a fuck about you because you don't give a fuck about yourself. Look who you keep putting in office. Look at the silence you have when you see all of this fucking corruption at not millions of dollars. They are so bold. They are doing everything in billions of dollars, but saying they do not have money for health care. For the people in the richest, we're the hottest country in the world. We used to be dead, and now we're hot. No, we didn't used to be dead, but we about to be dead. We didn't used to be dead. We are about to be dead.
Still provide us with the infectious disease and environment by this way. So what we are witnessing is the systematic use of deprivation and public health collapse as an instrument of collective pressure over our people here. So when we talk about struggles, yes, the amount of trucks also is reduced. The last April, just they meet 40% of our daily needs for the amount of trucks. And also when we talk about the stabilizing situation here, just one cross point is opening, Karma Abu Salim. And when we talk about our needs after they completely destroyed Gaza, we need more 600 and more the basic materials like cement and irons and some basic materials that help us to resume our partially normal life here in Gaza and fixing the sewage network and water network and fixing infrastructure to prevent this environment from causing infectious disease here within the camps civilian.
Nayad, what about the issue of medical evacuations, a humanitarian corridor to enable the sickest people
to be died? If we calculated by percentage of the daily evacuations by the Israeli restrictions, we need maybe more than 3 years, up to 5 years to evacuate those people. So those people judged to be died before they have medications. So it's a very horrible situation here. We cannot live in this infectious environment, and they siege us, they strict the siege. Under the security clarifications, nothing tangible happened after the ceasefire agreement is signed here in Gaza.
Nothing tangible happened here after the ceasefire agreement signed here in Gaza.
Question of infrastructure in Gaza is concerned. Has any rebuilding started? And just to summarize what the UN has concluded, among other organizations, 84% of Gaza's buildings are damaged, 425,000 housing units destroyed or partially damaged, and 55 million tons of rubble that's blocking municipal trucks. 92% of residential buildings are damaged completely or partially. What is being done, first of all, to clear the rubble? And second of all, are there any attempts at rebuilding?
Yes, it's the main questions and the main answer for all of this issue. Why the Israel is still preventing the new Palestinian committee to enter in Gaza to launch the rebuilding process and removing rebels. Until this moment, nothing happened tangibly here. Just a little municipal services reopening some roads, and they prevent the municipal engineer from fixing the drinking water pipelines, especially in the eastern part that is parallel to the yellow line. You can imagine what's the meaning of preventing the municipal services to transfer the tons of waste from the middle of the town to the main space in the Rafah area, that meted our recycling process under the clarification they still occupy Rafah. And there's nothing here for the rebuilding process under the restrictions they impose over all of the Gaza Strip. And we need the cranes and bulldozers. And most of our municipal machinery is destroyed also. So we haven't the ability to remove rebels and to reopen main roads to facilitate our daily life also.
In Gaza City, Palestinians rallied Wednesday in solidarity with the 2 detained activists arrested aboard a Gaza-bound flotilla after an Israeli court extended their detention to Sunday and denied their appeal for release. Protesters waved Palestinian flags, held pictures of the flotilla activists, the Brazilian Thiago Avila, and the Spanish national Saif Abu Keshek, who's also Palestinian. This is Palestinian civil society activist Taysir Mohsen praising the activists.
Okay, the link is in my description box. Oh, what is? Yes, there is one more thing. America. Let's remind you what I talked to you about what Gorka has in store for American citizens. Let's talk about what another immigrant, but these are white immigrants. So let's talk to you about what another immigrant to the United States has said, and the boldness of this man. The totally being unconcerned, totally talking about his constitutional rights. What is this immigrant talking about when it refers to his constitutional rights? The same day that Elon Musk went to trial, being sued by the NAACP for polluting Memphis to create his great I am grok and using carbines that are polluting a black city in Memphis, Tennessee. Not one, not two, 33 carbine engines. One which is enough to support a city after a disaster. He has 33 outside of a residential area in Memphis, Tennessee, and never even bothered to act like he needed or was going to apply for a permit to use these carbines and pollute this city. Never sought a permit. Because, hey, I'm Elon Musk. I'm the richest man in America, and I can kill whomever I want to with the fumes of, because I'm trying to create grok. So so the same day Elon Musk is in Colorado, and what does he say about his First Amendment rights? And why is he talking about his First Amendment rights? I talked to you about this on yesterday. I'm going to keep reminding you. See, because you think that the things that they do to black people, you always think that they're not going to do it to you. See, America is very predictable. America will tenderize your mind and to make you rationalize. Well, it wouldn't have happened if they didn't do this. It wouldn't have happened if they didn't do that. You saw Rodney King, his finger twitch. That's why they struck him 14 more times. Didn't you see his knee move? Yeah, that's why they that's why they struck him 7 more times. Did you see his pinky toe? Get him, get him, get him. They tenderize you on violence and disrespecting and walking all over the rights of non-white people. But then something happens. You realize the same thing that they doing to others, they're gonna do unto you. So let's be real clear about this AI shit. They coming for you too. They're just trying to tenderize you and make you do what you always do. Vote against your own interests. So what is he in court for in Colorado? A same resident. This is, for example, same resume, same credit score, same symptoms. But if you are Black, the AI says no. And Elon Musk is in federal court right now to keep it that way. Let me explain. Colorado passed a law, a simple one. If you build AI that makes decisions about people's housing, their jobs, or their health care, that AI has to be fair. That is the entire law. If you make AI that makes decisions about people's housing, their jobs, or their health care, that AI has to be fair. Period. That's the law. Elon Musk filed a federal lawsuit to block it. His argument, forcing his AI to not discriminate, is his First Amendment right. Read that again. He is arguing that in federal court He is arguing in federal court that to not discriminate against Black people is a political opinion he should not have to follow. To not discriminate against Black people is a political opinion that he should not have to follow. And here's the part that should stop you cold. This is the same man that the NAACP just sued in the same week for running AI data center in Black Memphis neighborhoods. No permits, hazardous chemicals. People cannot breathe the air, and in their own homes, not just outside of their home, in their own home. So let's put it on the table. He does not want you to breathe clean air while you live, and he does not want the law to stop his AI from rejecting you for your jobs, your apartment, or your doctors. As he is putting out chemicals that are killing you. But he to build his AI. And what is the AI going to turn around and do after they have been building this AI data center all these years, putting out toxins in your air that are going to kill you? And then what is the AI going to do? The AI is going to turn around and say, no, bitch, you can't go to this doctor. No, bitch, we don't, you have pre-existing condition. AI is going to tell you no about your health care. And Elon Musk said if AI cannot not just make decisions. No, it said if AI cannot discriminate against Black people, that's against his First Amendment right. So if you did not know that, I am letting you know that right now. Do you think Elon Musk is the only one? What is that? The guy over Oracle. He said that people should be surveyed all over the place, and AI should be making decisions about your health care as well. These people are trying to make decisions about your health care. So if you are unaware of that, the link is in my description box, and it is the last link in my description box. It's going to be under AI. That last link that I showed you about the latest about the rat infestation in Gaza is under the title Rats and Bullets. This will be under the title of AI in Musk. How about that? All right, thank you guys. I don't think I will be here tomorrow. If there's some breaking news, I may come back tomorrow. But it basically right now for me, it's kind of like the same old. It's almost the weekend, so it's gonna be those same old announcements on live social to milk the market for the people who are in the know. Let me double check and make sure nothing's new has come out since I been on here. Katie Fang has a lawsuit that you guys may want to fire. Let me see. Is there anything else? Hold on 1 second. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. I think that's it. Why not end with this? I'll start you with a little of Amazing Lucas, and we'll get out of here. Amazing Lucas, if you're not familiar with him, go over there and check him out. I want to share this with you real quick. I'm not going to share the whole video. I will drop the link in my description box, and I will drop it in the chat. I'll go over and subscribe to myself first and foremost. Subscribe to me and subscribe to the Amazing Lucas. If you have not seen the Amazing Lucas, you need to look him up on what is his name? Piers Morgan show. He was on there a couple of months ago with Jillian Michaels, and he almost had Jillian Michaels in tears. In tears, I tell you. In tears, I tell you. She was up there being the great Jew I am, and she was almost in tears, talking about her friend Charlie. Charlie was my friend. Oh my God! You have got to look up the Piers Morgan show with the Amazing Lucas. Please enjoy yourself on that.
Definitely did put a smile on my face. And maybe it does for you as well. So how it goes is that you have this white guy. The reason why I say white guy is because that's all we know about him. That's the only descriptor that's out. He doesn't give his name or anything. So white guy working at New York Times, NYT, and he applies for this promotional position. It's like a real estate editor position. And he goes through the rounds, makes it through the rounds, but unfortunately, he doesn't make the final cut. Now, I know what you're thinking. Lucas, what's the story here? Well, why did it put a smile on your face? Wait, don't jump the gun. Now, upon him not making the final cut, guess what he does? Now, you would think, well, Lucas, he probably just, is a little upset and, probably pew-pewed the place. No. That is always an alternative with these people. This time, he didn't do it. Well, did he commit famicide? Did he go back home and pew his family? No. That is also a good alternative. You're close, but he didn't do that either. What he decided to do was cry racism. Come on now, dog. I kid you not.
Go over there and see the end of this story. Amazing Lucas, if you're not familiar with it.
He ends up suing.
Hold on. We do understand that our EEOC will not track data that will allow Black people to go and file discrimination lawsuits. But the chair of the EEOC has come out and made a personal call to white men. If you feel like you have been discriminated against, please come and file a suit in our offices. But when you try to file a suit, much less a black man try to file a suit, they no longer collect that data. This is some data that they stopped collecting, but they don't need no data to file it for a white man. They make cat calls out and they put it on, blast it on a motherfucking bullhorn. White men, have you been discriminated against for jobs? Here's the link to this. Here's the link to this. Hold on. Don't put Jesus ain't got nothing to do with this dumb shit you just wrote. Why don't you go to another chat if you don't want to hear what I have to say? What Jesus got to do with you being a dumb motherfucker? Nobody told you to stay in here. Get the fuck on. Move, bitch. Get out the way. The fuck you talking about? These dumb bitches. Hey, Linda G, it has been so long. Here's the link to the amazing Lucas. Go over there and check out the rest of that was kind of like a knock-knock joke. The beginning of a knock-knock joke. So go over there and check out the amazing Lucas. He's in the description box. Linda G, I'm about to get out of here. If you read ball, I hope you enjoyed the live. This is under Amazing Lucas. Oh, I put an X, AMAX. I'll go over there and hear the end of what sounded like a great knock-knock joke. So with that, I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. If you don't see me here on tomorrow, I will be here on Monday again, usually at 8 a.m. So I hope you guys come over and join me and come check me out. Subscribe to the channel. You can become a member. You can support the channel by doing a super sticker. Thank all of the people who have. I really appreciate all of you new members. You do not know. I really appreciate. I could not even believe. I was like, what? I appreciate all the new members, and I appreciate the haters too. You count as well. Your numbers count as well. So I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. If I don't see you tomorrow, have a fabulous weekend, and we'll meet up again Monday to see where we are in this back and forth with this administration. If you are watching on your phone, be sure that you go over to I also stream this on my regular channel. Go over there and check out the products that I have tagged. These are some products that, the world is not telling you need. Make sure you get you a solar power generator. Make sure you get you a container that is going to properly secure you some potable water. It's a lot going on. Be prepared. That's all I'm saying. Be prepared. Go over there and check out some things that I have marked in my tagged products. So I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. Thank you, Linda. I appreciate you. All right, guys. I'm out of here. Bye-bye.